because we actually start immediately at 9 a.m. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the virtual CHSP process, the first time in history. We had a number of things happen. Just to give you a little bit of overview of this year events, we did extend the CHSP submission deadline by about a month, giving agencies more opportunity to update their applications. We had originally given them 5 weeks to complete the application, and then it was extended by about another couple of weeks. And they had opportunity to go back in, update the applications, and basically, if they needed to change something because of the impact of COVID-19 on their agency as well as the programs, they had an opportunity to do so. We have started. This is the most compacted year we've ever had. So we've actually are doing all 10 citizen review teams in 1 month. So William, we have not been playing. I want you to know that. So we basically are operating CHSP 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, every single week for the entire month of June. So we finished a couple of other review teams, but the format for the day is we have had to, of course, on doing it virtually. We don't have a site visit. Therefore, agencies will not have an opportunity to do a program presentation to you, nor will they have an opportunity to conduct their budget presentation. We go straight to question and answer. As we get started, what I want to do before we get totally started, though, if the members of the review team can introduce themselves by telling us your name, the organization you represent, and how long you've been doing CHSP. Starting with you, William.
Oh, I'm sorry, William McLeod, Cancella and Company, and I've done it every year except for one, so 20 plus years.
Yeah. Kevin? I should start with the women. I forgot about my manners.
Kevin Forstoffel. I'm an attorney with the Owsley McMullen Law Firm, and I think this is my 4th year doing CHSP.
All right. Kathy, Ms. Kathy.
Hi, my name is Kathy Godwin. I work for Capital City Bank, and I believe this is my 5th I think this is my 5th year.
Nice to see you, Kathy. And how about you, Dr. Thomas?
Good morning, everyone. I am Patty Ball Thomas. I am a professor at Florida A&M University, and I have been serving on one of the committee review teams for, I think this is my 4th year.
Yeah, welcome back. Ms. Bernadette.
Hi, my name.
Okay, sorry. Ms. Bernie, are you signed in twice? Because I show you're in twice.
Okay, I may be.
Hold on, I got you. Hold on. Okay, try again.
Okay, my name is Bernie Smith, and I'm retired from a private company, Fringe Benefits Management Company, and I think this is my 2nd time.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. So welcome. I'm gonna just to kind of the way things been working so far, and the format for the day is, first of all, the team leader will introduce himself, and then we will have the other members of the team introduce themselves. And when you do your introductions, do them the same way we did just now. Let them know your name, organization you represent, and how long you've been doing CHSP serving as a citizen review team, grant reviewer. So the other members of the team will introduce themselves, and then the timekeeper, which looks like will be Kevin by default, unless something changes, will introduce himself last, and then what we'll do then at that point, and we've had enough time to do this, but William, we can allow the agencies to introduce themselves. They have they have they've been instructed to have up to 5 people represent them from each agency. Some may have more because some of them are choosing to go into a conference room where they can social distance and they can have their whole staff in the program or whatever, board members, etc. So that's fine. So they will, the only thing we want from them when they do introductions is just to give their names and the role that they play in the organization. So when, Kevin, when you instruct them to introduce themselves, you will say, just give us only your name and the organization that you represent. We don't have time for any type of fluff today, not in 20 minutes. So at that point, as soon as the introductions are done, Kevin, the clock starts with 20 minutes. And so for 20 minutes, so what you will also instruct them before they do their introductions is that you will give a 5-minute warning to the team, a verbal 5-minute warning, and then a 1-minute warning, and then you will shut it off at 20 minutes. And you have to just let them know that we're going to give you a 5-minute warning, a 1-minute warning, and then I will have to abruptly stop you unless you stop yourself. Again, we always have to treat everybody the same.
Is the 1-minute warning verbal as well, or?
It would be verbal because some folks don't have the capacity. Some of the agency representatives will only be by phone, so they won't be able to see you.
Okay.
Okay. And then sometimes, even with some of your colleagues, because sometimes with internet, some folks go in and out, and they can hear you, but they can't see us. So just the best method would be, unfortunately, verbal. The first question, William, you are to instruct the agency to present to, and tell them right up front, you want them to take 5 minutes or less to give you this explanation. The first question they'll deal with is to tell us specifically how the COVID-19 virus has impacted their ability to implement their program in reference of, are they still seeing the same number of clients? How are they serving those clients? How has it affected the budget, the fiscal overall agency itself? And so those are the kind of, and what measures have they implemented to allow them to continue providing services? I think it's a real challenge in children's services and youth services because the schools have closed down. Some programs are starting in the summer, but everything to some degree is iffy in some ways. People just don't know, particularly as we know just from this morning and last night, the stats, we're all over the national news, Florida is, because we have a significant increase in COVID-19 spread, and it looks like it's not stopped. Obviously, it can't stop because we're actually opening up more of Florida. So those makes things very uncertain. One of the things, too, William, to instruct them when you tell them their first question, they need to be very clear that keep their answers precise and to the point. We don't have time for 2 or 3 people to answer the same question. If a second person is adding value to that question, and that's information you really need to help you make critical decisions, that's fine. But outside of that, when people start 2, 3, 4 people in the organization answering the same question, you're losing your time. It's very important that you get a chance to ask your whatever questions or pending issues or concerns you have. You really got to you've got to get that information because you will be deciding what programs are available to this community for the next 2 years.
Okay.
So make sure that, and sometimes you have to stop people. I've had to stop them. I don't like to do it, but the team members didn't. I guess they didn't feel comfortable stopping the person, but that person was gone on for 10 minutes with one question. So you have to stop. I told him, and then I said, you have to stop this moment. And that is not how we want to treat people, but we got to, and I talked to the agency person, and I said, listen, it's to your advantage. it's a disadvantage to you if they don't get a chance to ask their questions and get clarification and the information that they need.
Okay. Not a problem.
I think the questions that you have, William, how do you want to proceed? Every one of you have the questions submitted by your various team members. One of the ways that it's been done two ways. I've seen it where the team leader asked a question for each team member. I've also seen it where the team leader would direct the team member to ask their own question.
I'm going to let people ask their own question because,
Yeah, and that worked really well.
We have that many questions submitted anyway, so it's not. Kathy, I think you had the only questions besides mine, if I'm not correct.
No, I think that's all more than that. Let's see.
No, I just saw Kathy and my questions. At least that's what I was able to pull down.
Let's see.
That's all I saw too.
Team 8, right?
Yes.
Oh, we got an update probably. No, you got more than that.
Okay, so there was AMI Kids, Big Ben Homeless, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Boys Club, Foundation for Arts, Lincoln, Oasis. I'll send this to y'all. I'll forward it.
Yeah, please. Send that. And yeah, I think folks sent questions in after you guys got your. I'm not. Unless is it from the same person? Are you saying that the questions come from one person?
Yeah, it was just Kathy and I that had questions that were submitted earlier.
Okay, for all the agencies. Oh, okay. So they may be the same then. They may be the same. Let's just make sure of that, okay? Let's see what else is important for us to make sure of.
I think Virginia needs to finish with her tutorial, doesn't she?
Yeah, Virginia has to give her to the. I do want and I'm gonna give that to who you want to take that responsibility. One member of, and maybe Kevin, you do that. You need to look at the award letters for last year for every program. Some of these programs are new. AMI Kids, for example, for arts. But you need to look at their award letter. Oh, your timekeeper has came, and I've already done all that. I just saw Casey come. Casey, okay, Shelley. Hey, Shelley, good morning. How are you? Shelley? Okay. Hey, Shelley. I just saw her face make you. All right, good morning. How are you? You doing okay? Hey, Shelley, we've already done, and we can't go backwards because we don't have enough time, so I wasn't sure about you, so I asked Kevin to step in as a timekeeper. Are you okay with that? Okay. We're going to go ahead and, Kevin, because I can't go backward and give that information, so Kevin, you're it, okay?
Quick question, Pat. William, I have questions for each. Obviously, I'll wait till the questions that were pre-submitted have been asked, but how do you want me to raise my hand or to use the chat function? What's the best way for me to get your attention?
Probably, since I don't have everybody on one screen, and the team's not that big anyway, what I'll probably do is after they finish, I'll who has the next question, and just somebody speak up. I think that'll be faster.
Sounds good.
Because I'm not sure if the chat will pop up on mine and then see that, because I can't see everybody at the same time.
Yeah, William, I don't think that'll be good for yours for the chat, so we'll go with William's.
Okay.
Because I can see everybody, so if you raise your hand or something, I can, unmute you or call your name if you don't, but it's better for William so that way he can say. Okay, well, anyway.
Okay.
Everybody but William, so William, ignore this next part. So everyone else, to change your grid layout, if you will go to the top, and I'm going to talk fast, so if I need to slow down, let me know. So go to the very top right-hand side of your screen. You'll see connected and a green dot, and then you'll see 2 white dots. If you will please click on the left one, there's 3 options. If you will click before grid layout, as soon as you select it, you'll see why it's drastically different. Oh, what'd you say, Miss Bernie?
Yeah.
Say it one more time.
Yeah.
You got it. Okay. All right. Give me just a second. I need to. Miss Alba, give me just a second. I'm going to move you to the lobby for just a minute.
That's fine.
Okay, sorry, and please be patient with me as we try to get that gone today. So, if you scroll down to the bottom of your application, you'll see a couple of bubbles pop up. If this is familiar to you, just please ignore me. The first one is your mute button. Most of you are muted, so you'll see it's solid red. If you are not muted, it's gray. Just remember, there's a lot of feedback, so please mute yourself if you're not talking. I keep the participant pane open, so if I see feedback, I'll mute you. If I see your mouth is moving and you're muted, I'll unmute you. I'm sorry if we get mute wars, but I'm just trying to get your question out there so you don't have to repeat it. The next one is your camera. Same philosophy. If it's red, it's off. If it's gray, it's on. When we take breaks, this is recorded, so when we take breaks and we do lunch, just please turn your camera and mute yourself. I can mute you. I cannot turn your camera off, but that way, too, you have a little bit of privacy versus us seeing you coming and going. The next one you have is a participant pan. It should be a person with 3 lines. I leave this open because we have people coming and going from the room, and so I can track feedback. But if that's a good way for you to see who's in the room or names or see who's speaking, you have that option. The next one is the chat bubble that Kevin was just referencing. If you're a texter, this is very familiar to you. It's automatically going to go to everyone. It is a drop-down list, so you can select. Just please be careful if you are using the chat option and an agency is in the room, they get whatever you just chatted. They don't get it for the entire length of this meeting, just as long as they're signed into this conference room. We usually use it, just like what Kevin said, if you need to talk, if there's some kind of feedback, if you're having technical assistance, we use that just to go back and forth. There also is an option, just Kevin, because you were talking about raising your hand. I'm the only one that can really see that. But if you scroll over in the participant pane and you scroll next to your name to the right, there is a raise hand option, but you have to click on it again to unraise your hand. But again, William can't see that. I'm the only one that can see that, so I don't really suggest using that. The next option is more options. It's a horizontal button with 3 dots. I'm not going to touch too much base on this because I'm out of time, but if you're having bandwidth issues, which we could possibly get throughout the day, I'll teach you offline how to do audio connect. And then that last one is the end meeting button. If you just by chance get yourself kicked out, I try to keep track of that because I try to keep the room locked, so I'll get it unlocked. If it says you can't get in, that's why the meeting's locked. Just reach out to one of us and we'll get you back in the room. But other than that, unless y'all have any basic technical issues, that's really it as a quick tutorial.
Okay.
Hey, Shelley, I want you to take on a responsibility. Look at the agency's award letter for each agency's award letter for the last grant cycle. If there are any concerns and on there, I want you to make sure you address that agency. So if the citizen review team, for example, were real concerned that the agency the board of directors lack capacity to give proper oversight, then you need to bring that question up. That would be a question we want to bring up so we can look at the sustainability and strength of the organization or the program, okay? Thank you so much. But William, take it over. You have 4 minutes with your team.
So what I'm going to do, as Pat said, for those that came in late, just going to do a quick introduction. My name, basically what you're going to do is your name. Shelley, this is for you. We're just going to do our name, what organization are we representing, how long we've been with CHSP. The first question that we'll ask every agency is basically, I'll tell them that they need to make sure their answers are precise and on point. And if they get long-winded, we will cut them off because we've got a limited amount of time. And the first official question we'll ask is, based on the current environment with COVID-19, how is the agency dealing with being able to provide services for the individual clients? How is it affecting them financially, and what steps are they taking to make sure they're actually being able to deliver services? Is that covering what you wanted to cover, Pat, for that question? Pat?
Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I'm on mute. I forget to get just a reminder, because I have to remind myself, oh no, mute, unmute. Yeah, that sounds perfectly correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll go from there. If you had a question, the easiest way, like we discussed, is just after they've answered a question, I'm like, who has the next question? Because I have a couple, but I want to make sure I get your questions first, and then we'll go to mine if need be. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, because and when you're asking your questions, make sure you're not going to hog the stage where you ask only all your questions at one time. You're going to share with your colleagues, but Make sure you prioritize the questions too, recognizing you only have 20 minutes. So you ask the questions that are fundamental, that you need the information to help you make good funding decisions. So you've got to really focus on that. What's really important too, once the person has answered your question, you've got to shut it down, because everybody, and I don't blame the agencies, I would do the same thing, but people get into this marketing mode, and they start marketing their program to you, and they're gone beyond, and they've answered, and they may not even want it, and then you have that, you got to shut that down, otherwise it'll eat up your minutes. Okay.
Well, we won't have that problem. So that's not.
I'm sure not with William. Bernadette, you've been on a committee with William before. No, but you know his personality. You're on mute. She's affirmative. The lady doesn't have words for you. Okay.
Now, Pat, let's make sure, once we get our questions answered, if we've got time left over, we just go ahead and disconnect from them and tell them we're done then, right?
You could do that, William, or you could do this. You could, if you have, if they have extra time, I would advise just say, okay, tell us, what did we not ask you that you think is fundamental for us to know to help us make funding decisions? That would be my question, the backup question when you don't have, once you run. I would use all that 20 minutes.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure.
Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah.
No problem.
And you got to ask whatever question. This is remember, this is your job is to represent the interests of the community itself, the people who depend on these services.
Virginia, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
Since I'm using my phone, do I need to, how do I prevent calls from coming through? I just thought about that.
That's a good question. I haven't been asked that one before. So
You probably have to put your phone on Do Not Disturb.
yeah.
And the other thing too,
if you scroll down to touch the top of your phone and make it come down, you may see a Do Not Disturb button.
also, this is Patty. When I have been on Zoom calls, usually your phone will not ring. I've done Zoom calls and messages have come through, but they don't usually ring when I'm on a Zoom call.
Yeah, I usually don't have a problem with Zoom. I haven't done WebEx in forever, so I
yeah.
wasn't.
Okay.
It might be like Dr. Patty said, because we've had quite a bit of people that had to join through their phone, and they haven't complained about that. So, William, let's just hope that's the case.
That'll work. We'll just assume it doesn't happen. And worst case, I can always go back to my.
If not, I'll figure it out.
I think in settings you could put Do Not Disturb, right? In your setting. I don't know if you have an iPhone.
I do, but I don't know.
That's what Tiffany was saying.
I don't think I can get out of it now. Oh, well, yeah, I can. Hold on. Let me see here. Let me see. Yeah, it won't let me get to that, unfortunately. Oh, there we go. Hold on. All right, I did that. Can everybody hear me still?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So we're good. Just to be safe.
All right, so I have a couple of members for Big Brothers Big Sisters in the lobby. So when y'all are, or William, when you're ready, just let me know.
Everybody ready? Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. Let's knock it out.
Okay, perfect. Just a second, they'll roll in. All right, so Alva, I have yourself, I have Mary Rose, and I have Matthew.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, William, the room is locked, and to you.
Good morning. What we'd like to do is introduce ourselves really quickly. My name is William McLeod. I'm a certified financial planner with Cantella & Company, and I've been doing the CHSP for 20 years. Next. Shelley.
Hi. I'm with Leon County. I've been doing the CHSP program for, this is my second time.
Good morning. I am Patty Ball Thomas. I'm with Florida A&M University as an associate professor, and I have been doing CHP reviews for 4 years.
My name is Bernie Smith, and I'm a retiree, and this is my second year.
Hi, my name is Kathy Godwin. I work for Capital City Bank, and this is my 5th year.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Forstoffel. I'm an attorney at the Alls & McMullen Law Firm. This is my 4th year on a CHSP grant review team. I also will serve today as your timekeeper. You will have 20 minutes today to answer questions from the team. We will start with introductions from your folks. We ask that you give your name and the organization that you represent. And just so you know, I will give you warnings when you are running out of time. I will give a 5-minute verbal warning when there's 5 minutes left in your 20 minutes, and a 1-minute verbal warning when there's 1 minute remaining. The 20-minute time period will start at the conclusion of your team's introductions.
Okay.
Let's begin.
Is it my turn? Yes, okay. Good morning. I'm Alva Striplin. I'm the CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Big Bend. Very grateful for your service with the CHSP review team. This is my 5th year with the agency, and I have with me today our outgoing board chair, Mary Rose Sirianni, and then our board member and incoming secretary, Matt Williams. So I'll turn it over to Mary Rose.
Thank you, Alva. Good morning. Mary Rose Sirianni. I worked AT&T Legislative Affairs. I'm the current board chair for the last 2 years. We'll roll off the beginning of July. I've been on the board for approximately 7 years. Matt, take it away. You there?
Matt?
I know he said he was in the waiting room.
He's in the room. He may have just walked away momentarily.
Or he's on mute.
Nope, he's unmuted.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and move forward because we've got a limited amount of time and we've got a lot to get to today. First, is that Matt?
Nope,
So
it was somebody's email.
That was probably my computer.
Okay, so the first thing we want to make sure that you're aware of, we want you to keep your answers as concise and on point as possible. If you get long-winded, I will cut you off because we do have a limited amount of time. Also, the first question for your team will be this. Based off the current COVID-19 situation, how is your agency addressing being able to provide services to your clients? What steps and measures are you taking, and how has this affected you financially? And do you see your services being at the same level they have been, or what do you consider reduced, what may be reduced or changed because of this environment?
Sure. So I have a staff of about 15, and we began working from home remotely, closed down our headquarters downtown about end of March, right around the FSU spring break time, when they were told not to come back. So in that transition, we quickly reassessed. I mean, our programming is all about one-to-one mentoring, one child to one mentor, and we knew as our children were sent home from schools, there was going to be a lot of isolation and a lot of feelings of unrest in their life. So we felt more than ever it was important for our mentors to stay connected with their children. So we quickly transitioned everybody. The entire staff took on 20 to 30 caseload each, and contacted every mentor, every family, every child by phone, and encouraged them to start meeting virtually. So we began hearing that the children lacked resources. They lacked technology in the house. So that was really alarming for my staff, just not because they couldn't keep up with their mentor, but they also couldn't keep up with the distance learning that was going on in our school district. So we quickly mobilized and raised about $20,000 to purchase 100 laptops for the youth in our program in coordination with Walmart. And we gave those laptops away to the children in our program. And then about 2 weeks after that, we received another $20,000 grant from the Knight Foundation through the Community Foundation of North Florida for another 100 laptops. So we were able to provide all of the matches that were active with a device, all of the kids in our program. And it was overwhelming. That was one of the greatest days since I've been at the agency, was to see the families line up in the drive-thru at our building to pick up their laptops for their children, and kind of in shock that they didn't have to return them. These were a gift to that child. And so our matches were enabled to meet virtually. That's what they've been doing. Unfortunately, we have a large population of mentors that come from the colleges in our area, from Florida State, FAMU, and TCC. And while we did reach out to those kids, once they left Tallahassee, we lost probably about 50% of our mentors from the school-based program. So we're about 50% community-based, which they meet out in the community, which is what we're applying for the funding here today. And then the other 50% is our school-based program. So that program has taken a hit for sure. But the other matches are doing really well. We give them emails weekly of virtual ideas, how for them to meet. My own little, I hold up, she struggles with math. She's a first grader at Pineview, and I hold up flashcards to her, and I show her math problems, and she writes down the answer and shows them back to me. And we talk about how to count on your fingers, and 10 take away 3. What are you left with? And so it's been good. We've been able to connect, and a lot of our mentors have said the same thing. That is our plan moving forward if we have to, depending on the health conditions and how things are going in our community. We are allowing matches now to meet one-on-one if the family agrees with it, if the mentor agrees and the youth agrees. They can meet outside at a playground. They can go back to that model of one-to-one. But we're encouraging still wearing social distancing, face masks all the time when you're around each other, and they do have to sign liability waivers when they meet under those circumstances. So we're kind of a hybrid right now, and as we move toward the school year, we're working closely with our school district so we can still allow our mentors to go into the schools, but under social distancing outline. So that's our plan moving forward.
Okay.
The one thing I didn't hit on was financial. Did you want me to hit that real quick?
Yes, please.
So our largest fundraiser was canceled. That was a loss to our agency in the spring, the Big Bash. But conversely, there was a lot of grant funding available. So we quickly shifted one of our positions over to more grant writing. A lot of corporations answered the call for nonprofits and for struggling communities during this time, and we found some additional grant resources. So we're ending off our year financially actually over budget. We did over proposed budget. We did really well as far as our revenue streams for this year. For the coming year, we'll wait and see what the governor has in store for us. That's the big unknown for us right now.
Okay. Do I have somebody in the committee that has a question before I get to mine?
Alva, good morning. Quick question. I wanted to start by asking about the average length of matches between your mentors and the children. Have you seen any? What is the average length, I guess, to start? And have you seen any increase in that length of match, or what is your organization doing to try to lengthen that match period?
So we require when our mentors sign on that they commit at least 1 year to a child. Our average match is about 1.5 years, and we have about 20 matches that have been going more than 5 years. They're very long term, and will most likely, once we know the matches meet the 3-year period, they most likely are going to stay connected in some form almost for their entire lifetime. On the opposite side of that, because of our heavy college student enrollment, we struggle with the school-based matches going on for much longer than 1 year. And obviously this year is even worse. So our focus is to reach out to an older, more established established population for our mentors, and we're seeing that possibility with COVID. We've seen a lot of churches and active organizations with an older population ask us, hey, how can we get involved? We want to help, but we don't want to endanger our safety. We don't want to come face to face. And our agency has given mentors that ability to still connect with children virtually. So we're seeing a shift in the population that's coming to us, which is good as far as quality of match and longer match, but not at the quantity that the students bring to us.
Okay. I had a quick question, Alva. I noticed in your, I sent a question in regarding that the salary showed on Form 3 of your application shows your salary is 0, but your salary shown on your 990 was $61,298 with $2,452 in benefits. Is that correct? Which is correct, I guess.
Yes. So that field, the executive director position in that field on the CHSP portal could not be deleted. Obviously, what you're looking at on that salary information are only staff members that are allocated to this grant, and only a portion of their salary that's allocated to this grant. I am not allocated to this grant, and it wouldn't let me delete it wouldn't let me delete the ED position. I know exactly what you're talking about. So that's why it's showing 0. So no, the salary of my 990 is definitely more accurate.
Okay. And then I had someone else on the committee have a question. Kathy, don't you have a question? I'm sorry.
Not for this agency.
Okay. Alva, I had another question regarding your, I believe it's page 27 of your application. In terms of research-based and best practices, is that the data that you guys use, which is somewhat dated? Is there no more current data talking about best practices, or is that just the standard to this point?
Are you on 23 out of 36? Is that the page number you're looking at?
Let me look. I am on page 27 of 36, where it says number 9 is your program research-based or best practice model. And your data is basically 2007, 1998. Is that 1995? Is there no more current data with regard to this mentoring programs?
Correct. So research-based, we have a lot of data that we do internally, our annual reviews, what we call the Youth Outcome Survey and the SOAR. But as far as actual firms that have been hired for research-based that are published, obviously that takes a chunk of change, and our national agency only conducts those about every decade. So we're looking back, the last one that was cited here was, I guess, 2007. So Big Brothers Big, a lot of that data comes from Big Brothers Big Sisters, like the public-private ventures study in 1995, that was commissioned by Big Brothers Big Sisters of America. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, you said also in that you had raised more money and you were over budget, I guess over in terms of revenue.
Yes. Now,
would that be a cause to maybe adjust the increase that you're requesting from CHSP at this point?
The increase, we're requesting a very minimal increase. We received close to 20 last year, combined 3 programs, and we're requesting 25 this year. We see the need for that mentoring children of prisoners. We have a large population, and I think that's why we decided to focus on this. But we consolidated our application. You can see where in the past we applied for 3 different programs, but our model is the same, one-to-one mentoring, and especially right now as we move toward virtual. So we consolidated community-based and mentoring children of prisoners into one. We are not asking for school-based funding through this arm, and we've added the $5,000 of additional funding, hoping that we could expand by a few children. That's the reason for the increase. The more money we bring into the agency, the more children we can serve.
And how many children do you have currently that are, I guess, in a wait for big?
We have a little over 100 children waiting right now, and that can fluctuate during the time of year. I think because of COVID, we've just seen a lack of enrollment, a lack of inquiries, but we do still have families in the queue waiting to be matched with a mentor.
And how many of these children are prisoners?
Oh, I don't know that off the top of my head. I would expect they're at least 50%. That's just a guess off the top of my head. That just seems to be a large population of what we serve. Even in our school-based program, a lot of those children, even though they're not identified as mentoring children and prisoners, they often share with us that they have a family member that's incarcerated as well.
Team, do you have any additional questions?
Alva, can you explain the difference between the community-based program and the school-based program? How are those, is it simply just one occurs in the schools, or is there other components that are different?
That's it. So school-based, now we're looking backwards. So last year and for the past as long as I've been there and before that, our school-based program, we serve 4 Title I schools, and the schools identify the youth, get the paperwork signed, and the mentors may only meet with the youth on school campus. Yeah, so that's our school-based program. The community-based program is more for the person who wants to go pick up the child from their house. They actually take them out to eat. Some of our mentors actually take the child home and interact with their own family, with their own children. We have several mentors that do that. And so they interact in the community. So I think of that as it's a little more intensive than it is obviously just going to the school and where you're more focused on academics. Our community-based program, they're more focused on relationships and some things that the kids may be struggling with in their own life, very personal issues. We had a mentor a few years ago who his little was actually in his wedding, so they're very close. So it's a little more personal relationship. Now, right now, everyone's still meeting virtually, but as we move forward, and obviously under health conditions, we'll transition those virtual matches to, all right, do you want to be a community-based match? Do you want to continue this relationship in that way, or do you want to be a school-based match in which you are only allowed to meet on school-based property? But they're all meeting virtually right now, so we're in a little bit of a merged world.
And what do you consider your biggest challenge, I guess, going forward at this point with COVID-19?
Like everybody, it's the health concerns and the safety of our children and of our mentors and of our families. We don't ever want to put anybody in danger for exposing, each other to any conditions, but also we're concerned for our children. We're concerned for the isolation they're experiencing and for some what we know are difficult home life situations. Those are my biggest concerns. And I think that's why we're working every day to keep those matches connected, because we know those children, they need that connection. They're just, they're really struggling without that security and that structure of school life right now.
And how are you monitoring the connection between the bigs and the littles with regards, since you're doing everything virtually? Are they sending in reports? How's that done at this point?
Yes, same as we would when they were meeting in the community. So we're never with them when they match. Obviously, we do some pretty intensive background screening and match meeting, but my staff is in connection with them every, depending if it's a new match or an older match, they're in connection with both the big and the little consistently, and the parent, asking questions like, when did you meet last? What did you talk about? Were there any concerns? And so my staff, they're sort of like caseworkers, and they can tell if the stories match up or if there's some, some concerns. And not only that, we have a platform through our national called Matchforce. It was actually invented for Big Brothers Big Sisters by Salesforce, and that's where all of the information gets entered. My staff enters, so you can see all the information there. They've now invented an app that has come out to help with the virtual, where when the matches can communicate via the app, and it automatically filters that information into the database, and my staff can see their conversation if they start texting. That's a new thing for us.
Do you see that you're having more contact because you're virtual than you were before we went virtual?
You mean staff is, or the matches are?
The matches are.
The matches. The same, we still require the 1 hour a week, and the community-based matches seem to be doing really well with that platform.
Okay.
Alva, can you tell us? Go, Kathy.
When you talked about the computers, the laptops being given to all of the children, did you run into any challenges with internet connections as well, or is it just they really just didn't have the device?
Right. So Comcast is a strong partner. Stephanie Bowden with Comcast actually sits on the Big Brothers Big Sisters of Florida board. So she's well connected, and we discussed the distribution of Comcast Essentials, obviously, and the reduced rates for the families. So we shared that information with them when they received the laptop. They actually got the flyer as well. We have had a few families say they can't even afford that, and we've been subsidizing some of those costs as well. Now, as far as if they have no connectivity in the area, I know that's been a larger discussion amongst the city and the school district. How can we extend the availability of technology to those pockets in our community that just don't have that access? So we're part of that conversation as well, because we hear that directly from our kids and our families.
Thank you.
And what percentage of connections are you subsidizing, you think?
Not many. Most of our families had it. So other than the laptops, there was only a handful that said they couldn't afford. I think it's even $10 a month right now for Comcast Essentials if you're a new Comcast. And then I think they even extended it. If you're not a new Comcast, they were shifting over and subsidizing that. So Comcast has really done an amazing job trying to work with those families. I will share, we're also doing food distribution. We're in partnership with Second Harvest. We did food distribution from the building a couple of times.
Alva,
yeah.
I hate to have to cut you off, but we've got about a minute left. Is that not right, Kevin?
I'm coming up on 2 minutes.
Okay.
In 10 seconds.
Okay. Any final questions that we need to get before we end up?
Alva, can you describe your survey process and at what intervals do you guys gather surveys? And I'm particularly interested in the smart as other kids question. How do you ask that question, or how do you gauge that response?
Yeah, so those are research-based surveys that were developed by Big Brothers Big Sisters of America. So again, these are created by researchers in the field that give us indication of the kids' attitudes towards themselves, towards others, toward risky behaviors, and toward education. So they're trying to gauge not just their academics, but their self-esteem. So that is the youth outcome survey that's given when the child first enrolls in our program, and then again at every year interval. So we like to see if there's improvements in their attitudes, what areas there's improvements in, and then also if there's decline in their attitudes. And those results are shared with the mentor, so the mentor knows what areas that child may need to work on. So are they suffering? Are they not feeling like they're as bright as other children? Or are they saying, we have one question that says, it's okay, I feel it's okay to hit someone if they make me mad. And if a child answers yes to that question, we know that the mentor may need to work with them on aggression, or there may be some anger, some reasons for the deep anger that they have, inside. There may be something else going on in their life. So those questions, the responses are through my staff are shared with the mentor and with the parent to help the child address those issues.
Thank you.
Kevin, are we out of time?
We got 30 seconds.
Okay, Alva, we want to thank you for your presentation, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you guys for being a part of this, William. 20 years, that's incredible, man. Woo!
Yeah, that's the only thing that makes me do it. That's the only reason.
Thank you guys for what you do. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Go to the page of the program and look at the outcome data collection table.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to look at that section. So I want to have Dr. Thomas take responsibility for looking at each organization's and each program's outcome data collection table. So if there's any concerns or you want clarification, that would be an automatic question for you, Dr. Ball. Kathy, I'm going to give you the question of Shelley's going to deal with the award letter. Kathy, I want you to deal with any budgetary concerns too, okay? But specifically, Kathy, I want you, any organization that asks for increase in funding, that you actually go and look in the section for the CHSP funding request, and then bridge your question, have them explain, because what is the precise reason and need for additional CHSP funding, okay? I want you to bring that to your attention, Dr. Ball, and everybody on this team, because let me ask, Virginia, I just want to make sure no one else is in here.
Yep, I'm catching them.
Okay, if you look at the outcome data collection model, where it says outcome finding, they're reporting on what happened and what accomplishments with the kids. The last fiscal year would be 2018-19. If you look at they did not give you any information. They said they will. They actually just, this is for example, look at long-term outcome. Children served will avoid arrest or rearrest. If the outcome finding says,
okay, I have a question. Excuse me, Ms. Holliday.
Yeah.
Question: how can I pull up the report and be on webcam at the same time? That's a concern for me.
On the top right-hand side of your WebEx window, you can minimize.
Yes.
We can still see you.
Yes, and when I minimize, it just seems to disappear. I tried minimizing earlier.
Yeah, we don't want to mess you up. Who else? Unless someone else has an easier accessibility. But let me bring this so whoever has accessibility.
No, I can do it. Just tell me how to do it.
It's the application.
How to do it, and I can access it.
Okay. You're not able to look at your the application right now? You can't see it. You can't do both. You say
I can't see it right now, but if she tells me how to do it, I will. That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
I'll talk fast, but try this quickly. So go to the very top right-hand side and just minimize it. It's that first button of your three choices on the top right.
Why don't we do this the next time?
Am I minimizing the webcam? Am I minimizing WebEx, or am I minimizing something different? Just WebEx is what I'm minimizing?
Just your WebEx meeting where you see all of us, and then it will go to the very bottom.
Okay.
And then you can click on it to bring it back up.
Okay, I minimized it.
Okay.
Okay, it's done. Now what do I do now to get to the? I have to go online to get to the report, right?
Yeah. Hey, Dr. Thomas and Virginia, don't worry. Why don't you do this next time? Okay, let's go ahead and get prepared for the next agency, and then Virginia can coach you when we get our next break. Okay. Okay. Mainly because we just don't have time. I need to bring this. I need you to be clear about this, though. Virginia, help us out.
Already working on it.
This is a point I need you to hear. Okay, for everybody, let me finish my point. If you look at the outcome data collection table, it says that with the goal to serve 308 youth after one full year, match 90% will avoid arrest and rearrest will. So everything is in what it will do. So you actually have no outcome data collection. You have no outcomes for this program, because the outcome finding is supposed to tell you what has happened. Okay, and this has nothing to do with the COVID-19 virus, because this is the year 18-19. Okay. So
just to make sure that was one of their findings. So on this next one, if we read those findings like that, that's what you want us to bring up when we're in our conversation with them, correct?
Yeah.
Because it was noted on their award letter last year.
It was a finding.
It was noted that it needed to have a more concrete information for that.
Okay. Yeah. And then but you also have to, and Sheila, maybe you have, because I have two devices. I have a Kindle and I have my laptop, so I can look at everything at the same time with no interruptions. But you will have to, reference the section. But that's how asking them how have they remedied that situation.
Okay.
And then if they went to this section, you would point them to this section, and you would say it's still not given. There's no conclusions.
Well,
Pat,
I understand your point, but at some point, if they choose to not answer or fix the problem, if that's just the way we have to judge whether or not we give them money or not.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
we,
true.
We
too.
don't, it's not our responsibility to point out everything they did or did not do.
True. I mean, that's true. That's true. That's
I mean,
true.
If we get to the question, great. If we don't, then we can use that as a determinator whether we give them money or not.
Yeah.
But again,
Okay.
If we
Okay.
see that it was pointed out,
Okay.
don't stress about it. I mean, we know that
Okay.
they
Okay.
do it before.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Let's move
Okay.
on. So we're ready. We got.
All right. Okay, we're ready.
Okay. Everybody ready for the next group? Any questions before we go in?
You ready?
Okay. So.
Okay, you're about to see 5 participants enter for Oasis.
Okay.
All right, Oasis, you are in the room.
Good morning.
Morning, hello.
Good morning. All right. I'm William McLeod. What we're going to do is we're going to do a quick introduction. We're going to give our name, the organization we're with, and how long we've been with CHSP. At the end, our timekeeper, he will give you some instructions, and then you'll do your introductions. My name is William McLeod. I'm with Mantella and Company, and I've been with the CHSP process for 20 plus years.
For 2 years.
Shelly, I'm sorry, you were muted. Can you try that again?
Sure, I'm sorry. My name is Shelly Kaysen. I'm with Leon County. I've been doing CHSP for approximately 2 years.
Dr. Patty?
Good morning. I am Patty Ball Thomas. I'm with Florida A&M University. I'm an associate professor, and I have been serving on the review team for 4 years.
Hi, my name is Bernie Smith. I'm a retiree, and I worked for a company in town called FDNC, and I have been on, this is my 2nd year.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Godwin. I work for Capital City Bank, and this is my 5th year at CHSP.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Forstoffel. I'm an attorney at the Oz & McMullen Law Firm, and this is my 4th year serving on a CHSP grant review team. I also have the pleasure of serving as your timekeeper for today. The agency will have 20 minutes to answer questions from our team. I will give you a verbal warning when there's 5 minutes remaining, and again when there's 1 minute remaining. We ask that you start off by briefly introducing your team, each stating your name and your role with the agency, and then I will start the time immediately upon the conclusion of your introductions.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Marissa Button. I am the board president of the Oasis Center for Women and Girls. Thank you for having us today. Celeste, would you like to go next?
Hi, my name is Celeste Ciro. I've been with Oasis for the past 4 years, and I'm currently the Girls Empowerment Program Coordinator.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
I'm Kathleen Brennan. I am the founder of Oasis. I've been on the board for 7 years, and I am the immediate past president.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Jones. I'm retired from the city of Tallahassee. I'm a founding member and been on the board for about 5 years.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Julie Cutler, and I am the former executive director here on a consulting basis supporting the organization through a leadership transition. And thank you all for your support today.
That's all of us. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Well, what we're going to do is, the first we want to make sure you understand when you answer your questions, please keep them as concise and as on the point as possible. The first question is pretty straightforward. Based off the current COVID-19 situation, how has this impacted your ability to provide services to your clientele? How has it affected you financially? And what do you see as your challenges going forward?
Thank you. Programmatically and explicitly with regard to our Girls Circle program that we're currently running, COVID-19 did have a significant impact in the delivery model. That program is delivered at in-person sites. And so we were successfully able to transition all 5 of our sites that were happening in person to a virtual format. And so we had to do that virtual shift due to student circumstances, some with lack of access to digital devices, and some with regard to guardian or parent issues with capacity and with time. We didn't get to have all the girls on board to the full virtual format, but what we were able to do is perform wellness check-ins and calls to all the girls we had contact with. And we were able to conclude all of those programs. So our programs that we offer are focused, those support group focused programs did do the shift to virtual offering. And so with regard to that, we also had had a concern that we were not able to collect endpoint data from the school district for this last semester. So you see in the application, first semester, we were able to get endpoint data with regard to grades and behavior. But with the transition with the district overall and the entire upheaval, we were not able to get that data. So we look forward to when we're able to onboard and, through this 2-year process going forward, hopefully being able to be in a safe face-to-face space, that we're able to do that. And in the meantime, looking at how we can shift to virtual offerings until we get to that point.
And has it had a financial impact at all?
So it has had a financial impact. We are not able to offer our summer camp program due to the capacity in the building that we reside in currently. So we felt that it was not able to be offered in a safe way in how we would have traditionally offered it. But we have shifted and are filling gaps with regard to that as well. We applied for and received a LEAN grant, and we've also applied for and received PPP funds. And our board has really rolled up our sleeves and done significant fundraising efforts and had a Giving Tuesday Now campaign that was very successful. And so, so we're feeling good about that, and we're just rolling up our sleeves and doing everything we can.
Team members, do you have any questions?
I saw, good morning, this is Kevin. I saw that you, on part of your metrics, you're going by the number of sessions attended. Can you clarify how many sessions there are per semester? And is this a 2-semester program, or what is the length of the program?
Yes. So as it's currently offered, it's a semester program. And what we are doing in this application before you for seeking funding is to change the design model to be a full year program. So when we talk about unduplicated clients or participants, that's why that number is decreasing. We intend to serve the girl through beginning of the school year through the second semester. And that was for a couple of reasons. The girls wanted it, just building those relationships and really getting, great participation and seeing improvement. The semester was ending. And so they wanted to be a part of the program longer, and we feel like we'll be able to get better feedback as well over a full year exposure to the modules of this evidence-based curriculum that is very successful. So we're transitioning. It had been semester based, unduplicated, and now it will be that full school year.
And so just to clarify, how many sessions would there be per semester?
So the sessions would be weekly per semester, and so weekly per semester. I'm sorry if that makes sense. So once a week per semester, and then going into the next semester as well, weekly sessions.
Marissa, can I jump in there for a second?
Sure, Haley. Thanks.
Yeah, so the curriculum has different modules that we can choose from based on the needs of that specific group of girls, and they range, depending on the age group of girls, from as few as 8 weeks to as many as 12 weeks per module. And again, it's about coordinating with the site. So if we're going to stay there for 2 semesters, we'll be able to cover 2 modules of the curriculum. But the other thing regarding that switch from 1 semester to 2 semesters is that we have evidence that indicates that this is the right move to be able to increase academic performance with the kids. So we know that with the girls that we've been serving, the program improves social and emotional coping skills and all kinds of really important protective factors. But we also have recently started partnering with Leon County Schools to pull grades to see the academic improvement impact. And what we saw is that if we had the groups that we had kids for 2 semesters, we were able to support the majority of the girls who had C averages bring up their grades by at least one grade. So that is a really exciting impact that has to do with driving that change to the 2-semester model. And again, we do as many as we can in any one semester based on the site's availability.
I have a question with regard to your CHSP allocation or request. The increase is roughly 20%. Is that primarily because of difference in cost of benefits or just increased salary?
Thank you. It is with regard to cost of benefits increasing, so the change in the threshold for exempt employees. But then there will be increased staff time as well in the delivery of this module, and so it's both.
And is there how much is going to increase in salary as a percentage, and how much is going to increase in benefits costs?
So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Marissa, why don't you can look at that in a little more detail. Let me clarify one thing. So the reason for the increased staffing when we're switching, so there's a couple of really important tweaks to the model that are impacting the increased cost of staffing. Attendance on Mondays and Fridays had been an issue because there were so many holidays and field trips and other kinds of things, or kids missing school. So we've decided that the groups need to be offered only Tuesday through Thursday, which to meet our numbers means that we have to provide groups in multiple locations at the same time. That automatically means we're paying more people. Somebody can't be in two places at once. And then there was the increase in some increased staffing costs related to some changes, which Marissa was just mentioning.
Now, I guess my question is, if you're doing this virtually, I'm assuming now at this point, or did you base your budget assuming that you were not doing this virtually?
Thank you. We based the budget assuming we were not doing it virtually.
Okay. Has there been a cost savings by doing it virtually or not?
That's still yet to be determined for us. We still need to have the staff to participate in the planning, which is painstaking in terms of being very focused on the girls that we are serving. So we still will need to do all that recruitment, identification, program design. And so I anticipate that it will not decrease if we continue with a virtual model before being able to go in person as well. I don't anticipate that changing.
Can I add something to that?
Of course, Celeste.
The reason why the staffing would still need to be the same is because we would have to follow the school schedule, which I'm assuming would remain the same. So we would still have to go, Tuesday through Thursday, and we would still have to do the after school hours. So we still couldn't be in a virtual group at the same time as another facilitator. So that's why the staffing would have to remain the same.
Team, do we have any additional questions that we picked up?
I do have a couple. One is, I know in our award letter last year, it was kind of mentioned to you about establishing a advisory committee, board, and including male factors on that. And I was just curious kind of what your goals, or if you've started that, or your ideas of going forward with that.
Thank you. We know on our one of our other programs, it had been a citizen review team concern over a couple of years from a question about why we don't have men on the board. And our board has significantly and very thoughtfully analyzed this and what makes sense for the organization itself. And where we've sat with that is that we're not at a position now to change the composition of the board of directors itself. We feel that as our mission being to improve the lives of women and girls through celebration, support, and empowerment, and really seeing that leadership role of women, that we serve those women and girls, and we want them to see in leadership roles us sitting on the board. But we have acknowledged there may be a space for what we're calling an OASIS Community Council that would offer men and other former clients, past participants of programs, really a holistic look at the community needs related to what programs OASIS provides. So we have decided and voted on doing that, and we're in the process of hoping to queue up some recruitment for that. We're in a leadership transition now as well, so we're focused on our programs very heavily right now, but that's how we've addressed that question. I think you're on mute still.
Marissa, and we have recruited 4 people so far, so, I mean, and we are going to do that.
Great, thank you. One other thing I mentioned in the award letter too was marketing and outreaching strategies to engage more of the churches and neighborhood associations. And I kind of wanted to see where you guys were on that. I know COVID has kind of maybe tailored things a little bit, but could you help give us a little bit of information on that?
Sure. Well, we definitely do a lot of community outreach, specifically, going out into the community, tabling at events, and communicating with other organizations where we can partner. COVID has had an impact on us able to do that in person. But prior to that point, we have done it, and you'll see in this program, as of now, well, you wouldn't see it in an application, but as of now, we've been able to meet all but 3 of our goals for recruitment and service of the intended population in the Girls Circle program. So we know that, we are being subscribed to, we're getting out there, and we're looking at opportunities to get even beyond service in schools, be it through after-school programs, housing associations, things like that. So we're looking to broaden that scope, but that is very important to us, and we'll continue to do so.
I have a quick question with regard to you said your fundraising has increased this year?
Well, it's a balance. Our unrestricted donations will decrease because we've got a large $25,000 gift that individual cannot repeat in the following year. So when you look at the application, we did note that. But in terms of events, we've had to shift. We have one of our fundraisers that we've held over 10 years, a celebration of women and girls, or this would be the 10th year. We can't do in person anymore. So that's onboarding to a virtual option, and we'll be looking towards that. We've done sort of unconventional, what we had not done previously, campaigns like the Giving Tuesday Now campaign. So we're looking at shifting.
I guess my question then, are you financially, with your PPP and other things that you were able to get, are you in a financially better situation than you were this time last year, or worse?
I don't think that we're in a position to see out our grant year. So we've been able to be in line with the expectations of our grant requirements. I don't think our fundraising has put us in a particularly better position than we would have been otherwise. What we asked for was to maintain.
So to clarify, I think what might be being asked is if the fundraising surrounding, during this time with COVID has put us in a better position than we were in last year, and I don't believe that that's true. I don't think we're in a better financial position than we were when we wrote the application. We're just being scrappy and doing our absolute best to get by with everybody else.
Yes, you're talking to a very optimistic person, so we don't think we'll be able to make that. We hope to make the target for the celebration of women and girls, but that has not been able to happen, and so we are scrapping together to pull in what we can do to meet
let me ask this question then. How did the PPP funding help your organization?
To be able to, because we have other programs that we're not able to.
5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. To be able to pay for full-time staff. So the PPP, when we asked for it, was for that purpose, and it will be able to help us with those items in the meantime.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the team? I do have a quick question with regard to, I noticed that your client, for girls empowerment, which kind of makes sense, you don't have any male clients, but you do have 19 male clients, I guess, overall. What programs are they in? I'm sorry.
So we do a Trailblazers in Schools program that serves all students. And Haley's looking like she's wants.
They're the children of single moms in our single moms group. So we have a single moms program, which provides social support for single mothers, and it's impossible to serve that population without providing babysitting as a component of that model. And so those 19 children are the boy sons of those single mothers who are our primary client.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Haley.
Okay. And
does that also kind of explain the birth to 5? I know there could be some 5-year-olds there too, but
yes, they're all little babies. So really, it's when single mothers come to the group, we're providing babysitting as a component of that service. We count those children. We do provide services to them during the time that they're with us, but their mothers are our primary client.
my last question is, what do you think that we should know about your program that you think we should be aware of as we go to deliberations?
I think that we, now more than ever, this program that builds resiliency in young women and girls is absolutely needed through a very traumatic time. And what this program does is provide skills that they can reach within themselves. And so a lot of these girls have been isolated over the summer, and what this program, we believe this program is needed now more than ever. And it's proven, evidence-based, and we're very successful at it, and we think will provide tremendous value to the community. Thank you.
Okay. William, my last question, I thought that was my last, I'll apologize. In your outcomes, I see that you have short-term, intermediate, but no long-term outcomes. Am I missing something?
We do have long-term outcomes.
Was it just not in the application?
So in the, are you looking at the section of the application that's reporting on the prior year or the last model for the new year?
36 of 39, so it would be Program Outcome Measurement Framework, Girls Empowerment Program.
Last model for the new year. So just to be completely transparent, we are going through leadership transition, and the executive director who wrote that application is no longer with the agency. But one of the things one of the arguments that I would make is that the shift towards the 1 year, the 2-semester model, so that we can focus on improving academic performance, which we know is possible based on the evidence that we have, that is a long-term outcome. And so part of the challenge is, and also the increased coping skills that the girls demonstrate has long-term implications. But the challenge is that because the program had always been 1 semester, we had no way to do long-term measurement. So being able to keep the kids for a longer period of time is going
1 minute remaining.
Is going to assist us in being able to report on those longer-term outcomes.
And this is the first year that you're doing the 2-year or the 2-semester shift?
That's going to be this coming year with this application.
Okay.
And that was referenced as a long-term goal on page 34 of the application. So it's referenced in that way on the participant outcomes.
And can I clarify on outcome measurements? It looks like you all base a lot of your measures on whether the program is completed. What do you deem to be a completion of the program?
We have historically thought of within the module doses of interaction. So you've come to at least 6 sessions, and that gives you enough exposure to the curriculum in that to get to accurately assess those outcomes. And so as Haley said, as we move forward.
And that's time. That's time. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Please keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you for all of your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, your slides. My name is William McLeod. What we're going to do is introduce ourselves briefly and tell you what organization we're with, as well as how long we've been with CHSP. At the end, the last person to do their introduction will be our timekeeper, Kevin, and he'll give you some instructions. The one thing I would like you to do is when you do get the question and answers, make sure you keep your answers precise and on point. My name is William McLeod with Cantella & Company. I've been with the CHSP process for a little over 20 years.
Good morning. My name is Shelley Kaysen. I'm with Leon County. I've been doing the CHSP program for approximately 2 years.
Good morning. I am Patty Ball Thomas. I'm with Florida A&M University as an associate professor, and I have been serving on the review teams for 4 years.
Good morning. My name is Bernie Smith. I'm retired, and this is my second year.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Godwin. I work for Capital City Bank, and this is my 5th year on a review team.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Forstoffel. I'm an attorney at the Oliver McMullen Law Firm, and this is my 4th year serving on a CHSP team. I'm also have the pleasure of serving as your timekeeper today. Your agency will have 20 minutes to answer questions from our team. I will give a verbal warning when there's 5 minutes remaining and another verbal warning when there's 1 minute remaining. We ask that you all start off by introducing each of your team members individually, stating your name and your role with the agency, and then I will start your time immediately upon the conclusion of your introductions.
Do I unmute myself, Virginia? Good morning.
I'm sorry, yes, that's fine.
Good morning. Thank you for your service. This morning, I'm Sylvia Smith. I'm the Executive Director of the Big Bend Homeless Coalition. I've been with the agency 5 years. And our team today is represented by our Board President, Karen Frost, our Director of Finance and Administration, Arun Dhanarajan, and our Hope Community Program Director, Marie Vandenberg. Do you want to hear from each of them just for a second so you know who's who?
That's fine.
Okay.
Good morning, this is Marie.
Hey, this is Arun.
Hi, this is Karen Frost. I work for Capital Health Plan, and I'm the president of the board for Big Bend Homeless Coalition at the present time.
Okay. So what we'd like to do is, do we get everybody? I thought we did.
Yes, sir.
Just a reminder, please mute yourself when you're not speaking. There's a lot of static on the line.
Thank you, Pat. Okay, so my first question would be basically, with the current environment with COVID-19, how has that affected your ability to provide services to your clientele? And what effect has it had on your financial situation up to this time? And what do you perceive it has an effect going forward?
Marie is going to start with the answer about this particular program, and then Arun can speak to the finances.
Okay, well, first of all, the major change is that we are providing summer camp on site. These camps have been closed, and we still need to do something with the children, so we've developed a program. And a roommate addressed this, but we have submitted a budget amendment to shift some camp fees. Our utilization rate is about the same as it has been in the past. Due to the COVID virus, we are, and the need to social distance, our census is about 25% of what it used to be. We have a building set aside for symptomatic families and families who test positive. We're going to have our first on-site testing this week. And from that building, the families will be eligible to go into the city, county, non-congregate COVID hotel. Again, the utilization rate of this program is about the same, and at least half of our eligible children are participating in this benefit. We continue to successfully exit people to permanent housing and admitting new families, providing them with case management, supporting people with their employment goals, and I feel like the need for this program is unchanged.
Okay.
William, if I could add, there are The application that we submitted does require one change. I failed to include the additional objectives that were requested by the CRT in the award letter from 2 years ago in the application. We will be reporting on those objectives this summer as requested in the award letter. And I'm afraid that just because of the chaos around COVID, the due date of the letter, I forgot to put them in the application. So I need to send them to Pat. And they relate to what we did and we've discussed in previous presentations, the need for this program to report on how the participation of children directly relates to successful exits to permanent housing and directly relates to the parents' employment goals. So, with your indulgence, we'll get that into the reporting this year as requested and also into Pat so that she has it with the application packet. Otherwise, our application is unchanged because we wrote it based on the assumption that next year city parks would be open. Obviously, you know, that's a to be determined situation. We may have to make the same adjustments next year that we're making this year to bring the program on campus. But we went ahead and planned for the possibility that city camps would be open next year. Thank you.
And so the biggest difference would be you don't have the same transportation costs that you would have had. Would that be correct?
Yes.
I mean, for this year, not for next year.
Yes, for this year, camp fees and transportation. Arun, do you want to describe the budget amendment request?
Yeah, sure. It's exactly what you said. So those costs will decrease, the transportation and the camp registration fees. And so that cost is getting shifted because it's taken a significant increase in staff. So we're basically shifting those dollars to cover the staff, since obviously we're not using camp counselors. We're using our own staff to run this program on site. So yeah, it's a shifting of money.
Okay. And I guess my question is, so with transportation costs, how is that shifted to you're just being able to pay the staff you currently have to cover that, right? So both
Correct.
of those would be they're consolidated into that, then that's all you're doing.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And I'm assuming it's cheaper to have the staff than it would be to hire people on the outside that you had before. Is that right?
It's not necessarily cheaper because those camp registration fees they give us a pretty good deal on them through the city. So it's kind of a wash. We've worked it out to where it's pretty much a wash from what we estimate because we will need some transportation because we are going to do an off-site, almost like a field trip once a week. So we will still have some transportation costs, but not every day.
Okay, that's my question. Okay, so you do have field trips once a week?
Correct.
Okay. And assuming we're in the same situation this time next year, that would be your same model that you would carry forward, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Does a team member have a question?
I just wanted to get some clarification. On the budget amendment, you said that it's you're not asking for more money. You're actually just shifting the money around to different categories, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I've got a question with regard to your application. I noticed on Form 3, you show that the ED salary was $92,500 and $100 previous year, and for the finance director, $75,000 and $84,200, I believe. And my question is, on the 990, it shows $84,749 for the executive director salary with benefits of about $945, and the finance director is $66,229 and benefits about $6,200. Why is it just which is correct? I guess is the answer.
Well, they're both correct. So what we're submitting on the salary application is the gross wages.
Okay.
And what we're reporting on the 990 is your W-2 taxable wages. So it's going to be short by the tax deductible deductions.
Thank you.
But yeah, they both add up. It's just that difference is that piece of it.
And the reason there's such a difference for the EDs benefits? Is there something the ED does not get that everybody else gets?
No, actually, she was covered under her partner's insurance. And
That's
so,
what I was wondering. Okay, that's what I was just wondering.
yeah, and unfortunately, I don't have that. So,
No,
the deduction comes from the, yeah.
No, I just noticed that, there's a difference of about $5,000 some odd dollars. I said somebody must be covered under somebody else's insurance. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. Okay. Someone on the team have a question?
I had a question. Good morning. This is Kevin. Can you give us, just describe for us what programmatically the kids experience in an average day? I guess now this summer is a little differently, but what they would experience when they're having the program on site versus what they're experiencing when they're going to the city camp?
Sure. This is Marie. We have developed an 8-week-long program that basically focuses on enhancing social, emotional, and cognitive development. To the dismay of the kids, we are continuing with some of the schoolwork and things been missing. But we also want to focus on things like conscious discipline. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but really helping them to manage their emotions, being able to make decisions in a positive way, teach them how to breathe, that kind of thing. We, just for some examples, we have Career Week. I think that's week 7. We also are going to have a Spirit Week because, in school, I think it's like the last week of school, they have that, and they miss that because school's closed. So we want to kind of keep that going. We are having them keep a portfolio of everything they do, not only schoolwork, but, creative expression. Basically we want them to learn, to have fun. All of this is learning through play, which is so important for kids. Again, I think I mentioned the artistic thing, and things like Water Day, which if you're here on campus, watch out for Water Day because you will get wet. Does that answer your question, or?
Yeah, yes, thank you. Do you know what the program is like when they go off-site to the city camp?
A lot of it is, I think, probably the same. They're probably, they have swimming pool available, so that's the one big difference. But I don't think they go off-site when they go to the summer camp program at Lawrence Gregory. And I don't know that there's a huge emphasis on cognitive development. That would be my take on that.
William, we wanted to make sure everybody could hear Marie okay. It's a little garbled on our end, but was there anything needed repeated?
Yeah, it was a little garbled on our end too, but I believe she was saying there wasn't really much difference in terms of going off-site, on-site, except swimming. Was that her statement?
Swimming and probably not as much emphasis on educational or cognitive development.
Okay.
We feel like we're really focusing on that because we have an early childhood expert designing our on-site program who's been responsible this last year or so for our early development, on-site developmental screening, which has been a component in HOPE that we've been building for the last 3 years. And we have the same personnel involved in designing the camp. So she embeds some of those developmental interventions directly into the camp. And of course, she knows these children because she's also been screening them and working with them throughout the school year on campus in April and May.
And for your kids that you have, how many kids do you, normally I see your goals for your outcomes is 20 kids. How many kids do you have that are available to go to camp but don't actually go to the camp?
Currently, we have about 24 children who are eligible to go to the summer camp program.
Okay. And will you be able to accommodate all of them or only 20?
I think we can accommodate all of them. I think.
I'm sorry, Maria, I hate to be rude. Can you speak a little louder?
Can you hear me now? I feel like I'm.
I can elaborate on this point if it's a little clearer from me.
It is.
We have noticed that the percentage rate, the utilization rate, is the same as when we had a higher census. We do have a lower census because of COVID at this time, because we have a building set aside for our symptomatic or positive residents. That's part of our COVID response plan. But it's interesting that not 100% of the children on campus right now are participating, and there's a couple of reasons for that. We are seeing some faster exits. There's an urgency in the whole community working with the Housing Authority and other partners to exit people as fast as possible. We've always done that, but COVID is making it, everybody's motivated to get into a private residential setting, and our parents are particularly motivated because living with several other families makes them feel more vulnerable to COVID. So we have a higher turnover rate, and that means some families are just settling in and can't quite get their heads wrapped around putting their kids in the camp until they get oriented to the rest of the program. And there is some degree of reticence about letting their kids congregate with other kids despite the really intensive supervision of adults to maintain social distancing between the children. This year, camp's only been open a week and a half, so it's very possible that with each week that goes by, confidence amongst the parents will increase and we'll have more participate. It's important because it's very connected with our families' involvement in looking for housing and looking for employment and working on their education. So we will be listening to parents to see what they need to know about the camp, so that because I expected utilization to be higher this year, with families being not as free to just go off campus to parks and public pools and whatnot on their own. So it's still early in this cycle. We've only had camp open about a week and a half, and we'll have to see. So there are fewer participating this year because the total census is down, but actually
remaining.
The utilization rate is actually the same as in the past, which is about half the kids usually participate.
Okay. Along those same lines, I noticed that and I'm assuming it's only because you have the kids for a short period of time, on your logic model for your outcomes, you don't show long-term goals because you don't really have them for long-term, correct?
Correct. And if we were using a city camp, it might be quite difficult to gather the data. At least with it on site, our early childhood person will be kind of watching them for developmental changes, but at the time we wrote the application, we were assuming city camp staff running the program.
Okay. Any additional questions from the team?
I would like to ask, this is Patty. I was looking at your program outcomes, and you talk about your social return on investment. Could you just give me a little feel about that? I know you indicated that 23 children participated, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about the ROI, your return on and you indicated specifically social. So could you just share a little bit more with me about your social return on investment?
Yes. We look at two kinds of returns on investment. One is offset costs in the community for emergency services of all kinds that are the result of families being unsheltered. And then in terms of social, we look at trying to, the importance of eliminating adverse childhood experiences while families are with us, as well as attempting to ameliorate with wraparound services the impacts of poverty. It's not just homelessness that has resulted in ACEs for the children in the program. It's the poverty they experienced prior to the actual housing crisis. And so we have a number of child welfare, child developmental, parent engagement objectives in the main HOPE program. And that involves the early childhood screening, close work with the school districts and the social workers in the school district, so working closely with Leon County Schools on the on-campus tutoring, and then all of the social and emotional skills that you heard of earlier. That happens all year round. Because if we have the opportunity to help the families heal and gain some resilience while they're with us, that's essential.
Okay. Kevin, where are we on time?
We have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay. Do we have any
Shelley, are you trying to ask the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
On your award letter, I show that you have made some improvements as far as board, but in your statement you say that it's comprised of 21 positions, and I see 10. Am I missing something here?
I'm going to let my board president take a start at that, but just for historical, the goal of 21 was only established in late 2018. We are on track. Karen, did you want to add?
Sure. Hi, this is Karen, the board president. Yes, we have a governance committee, and it's been our goal to add 4 new board members a year, which we have been successful at doing the past couple years. We're a little bit behind this year due to everything that's been occurring, but we're getting back on track and have some candidates for this year as well. So we do have room for 21, and we have currently 10, expected to have
1 minute remaining.
14 by the end of this year.
So our thought is to add systematically 4 per year, and that way have some capacity for continuity while it will take us a few years to get to the goal, but and there were a few years during the rewrite of the governance charter that there was at least 1 year during the spinoff of the COC and the rewrite of our bylaws where no new board members were added. So 2 years in a row, and in our 3rd year to add 4, we feel like we have a good program of development and recruiting at this point.
Thank you.
We want to thank you for your time and your presentation. Please keep up the good work that you're doing.
Thank you, and thank you so much to staff for helping us with the WebEx. We really appreciate that.
You know that's agency wide, and the ED is a mandatory FTE. That's why
I know.
You knew that. Okay, I just want to make sure you knew that. And that's been a requirement.
You're talking about the last one, not the.
Yeah. And that's been a requirement since the beginning of CHSP.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how that's just nonsense, but you know.
Yeah.
We'll deal with that in operations.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming today. What we're going to do is introduce ourselves, tell you who we represent, and how long we've been with CHSP.
Okay.
And then at the end, the last person to introduce themselves will be our timekeeper, Kevin. He's going to give you some instructions. Prior to that, understand, though, as you're answering questions, please be precise and on point because we have a limited amount of time to get questions answered. I'm William McLeod. I'm with Cantella and Company, and I've been with CHSP Process for a little over 20 years.
Hi, my name is Shelley Cason. I'm with Leon County, and I've been doing CHSP for 2 years.
Good morning. I'm Patty Ball Thomas with Florida A&M University, and I'm an associate professor there. I have served on the review teams for 4 years.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Bernie Smith, and I'm retired, and this is my 2nd year.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Godwin. I work with Capital City Bank, and this is my 5th year on a review team.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Kevin Forstoffel. I'm an attorney at the Owsley McMullen Law Firm, and this is my 4th year serving on a CHSP grant review team. I also have the pleasure of serving as your timekeeper today. Your agency will have 20 minutes to answer questions from our team. I will give you a verbal warning when there's 5 minutes remaining in your time, and again when there's 1 minute remaining. We ask that you start by briefly introducing everyone on your team by stating each member's name and their role within the agency, and your time will begin at the conclusion of your introduction.
Okay.
I'm Gwen Lucas, Executive Director for the Lincoln Center Foundation. I have with me this morning Errol Powell, who's the president of the foundation, Carolyn Commons, attorney, who is the vice president, Al Dennis, who's the treasurer, David Williams, who is our bookkeeper.
Okay. Our first question today would be, based on the current situation with COVID-19, how has that affected your agency's capabilities to provide services? And how has it affected you financially? And what do you see as your impact going forward?
March 13th, when COVID really hit our agency, it had a real impact on us. Especially when we start looking at the safety of our boxing participants, we had to close our facility down. We did shut the boxing, but on the real personal effect for us is our program coordinator, who works closely with the parents and with the boxers. He was affected. He tested positive for COVID-19, as well as he was dealing with the fact that his mother was tested positive and she was on a ventilator for a week. So it was a personal thing for us. But we were, after a couple of weeks, Daryl James was the program coordinator. He was fine. Our boxers, we had to come up with a plan on how we would maintain contact with them. So one of the things that we did is that since we couldn't do the face-to-face type of training, we developed a daily workout sheet for the boxers. It took them through their routine, dealing with whether they were doing jumping jacks for a certain number of times, jogging in place, doing their sit-ups, their squats, all of the things that they needed to do to maintain their discipline. We emailed that information to the boxers. But we also were dealing with boxers who did not have, and then some we posted on Facebook, but if they did not have the capabilities of emailing it, the boxing coach and the program coordinator printed out the workout sheets, took them to their house, and left them at the front door for them. But most of the kids have been able to maintain contact through social media as well as through email. So that is one of the things we had to do, change how we did the workout with them. And each participant it was an honor system, but the coach would call them, and they went through what they did. They had to initial their sheets, and on a weekly basis, they could drop them off at the gym. So that was one thing we had to do. We also had to look at the fact that some of our outcomes that we had how it was affecting our outcomes, especially when it dealt with the fact of the school being closed, with the kids not being in school. Then we were looking at our kids, how the grades were going to pan out. Hopefully, by the end of the year, we will meet our quota of having enrolled 40 kids in there. But we're confident that our kids, so far, they have been promoted to the next grade level. Another thing we've looked at, one of our tasks is that we have to do workshops, 3 quarterly workshops throughout the year. With everything be closed down, the option we're looking at now is virtually doing workshops, having the kids being able to access them that way. So it's had an impact on us, how we do things, but I think we're trying to work around it. Now, the only negative side of it for us is our kids participate in boxing competitions. That's something they're not able to do. The boxing gym, USA Boxing has opened up a lot of their boxing gyms, but they're limiting the competitions. Come July 11th, they're going to be doing some restricted sparring where there's no audience, only the participants, and they will take them through the safety measures. That starts July 11th. So we're looking at in Fort Pierce. We're still looking at whether our kids will be participating, but we may not get our 8 competitions in the year because that's going to be hard to do. Financially, our fundraisers, we've had to cancel 2 major fundraisers because one was scheduled for the end of April. We had to cancel that. our boxing competition that's scheduled for July, we're not going to be able to schedule that because we usually have 400 to 500 people in attendance at that. And I think that the virus is going to prevent us from hosting that competition here in Tallahassee.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody on the team have a question?
I had a question. What do you propose, since if you won't be able to host the competition and send your clients to competitions, what do you propose using that money allocated within your program for?
I'm sorry, can you repeat again?
Yes, I was asking about the money that you have set aside for your boxing competitions and for your also hosting your competition. What do you propose that money will be used for, since you won't be able to have those competitions?
We have to come up with some innovative ways on how to recoup that money. I think one of the things, we have increased our mailing. We do a mail out to foundation members. We do a mail out to people who are community residents, and we're going to have to step that up. We will also have to look at doing some virtual, if we can do some virtual sparring competitions and send them out to our supporters. We realize a lot of people in the community are affected by this, so they know the impact that it's had on all programs. But we'll have to make more use of using the internet, doing the virtual type of things. We're looking at with the kids, if we can do something with them, to have them do some mini competitions. If we won't have the audience, but we will be able to demonstrate what the kids are learning and reach out to supporters from that way.
I have a question. This is Patty Ball Thomas. I'm looking at your social return on investment. Could you just share a little bit with us about what progress you have noticed that as it relates to your social return on investment?
Social return on investment?
It's in your program outcomes section.
Okay, and you're talking about the impact that it has on our kids. One of the things
your ROT, your return on investment.
I think, unfortunately, everybody is stuck at home, so we have to. It's hard to track. I don't think our kids are involved in any criminal activities or any illegal things, but by maintaining contact with them on a regular basis, and our boxing staff is at the gym. We have opened up where we've limited to 5 kids alternating a week on the number of kids who come. But we maintain contact with them. And one of the things is that the kids maintain contact with each other. So we're still checking on their behavior. And I don't think that what we've noticed since the beginning of this pandemic, we've not had any kids that have gotten in trouble. And that's something that we have always been for the past 12 years. We've had a good track record in saying that this is something that we're proud of, that our kids are not causing problems in the community.
In terms of your overall budget for the request for CHSP funding, how do you see based off of where you are now, have you looked at scaling back any of these things? I'm assuming your rent space, is that something that's an ongoing contract? Your mailing for boxer participant applications, some of those things obviously you're not doing at this point. Have you seen any cost savings because of this current environment?
Well, rent is still being paid. That is definitely being paid. We have started, the program coordinator is going to be meeting virtually because he was in the process of enrolling kids at the time we had to shut down. So we will still be reaching out to our kids. We just may be using the capability of doing it virtually more. Will we enroll 40 kids? We're striving to do it. If, in fact, that we do not meet our goal of 40 kids and we only enroll 35 kids, yes, we may not utilize all of our funds, but our goal is to meet every outcome and every task that we have committed to doing as much as we can. I mean, realistically, we don't know if this virus is it in 2 or 3 weeks, if it gets worse, and it seems to be getting worse every day, but we're taking the precautions, so we're working towards a positive end. But if it does change, then yes, it's going to impact our dollars.
Well, I understand, and this is 2-year funding. I have a question on your application. Your Form 3, you had ED salary at 0, but on your 990, you show a salary of $12,000. Is it correct that the salary for your ED for yourself is $12,000 a year?
It's a contractual. It's on a contractual basis. It's not because we can't list. It's not a salary. It's a contractual payment.
Right. Well,
and that's
how much is that?
Pardon me?
How much is that contractual payment?
Your question was how much was the contractual payment?
Yes, ma'am.
My bookkeeper is speaking to me too, so that it's the total. Now the total for all of the boxing coach, the program coordinator, and the ED is contractual.
I understand, but on your 990 on your application to the IRS, you show a salary for the ED of $12,000. Contractual or not, is that the amount?
That is the amount.
Okay, that should have been on Form. So the bookkeeper, whoever did your application, that should be on Form 3, not 0, but $12,000.
Well, it asks for a salary, and we're not salary.
But as an application, we need to know where the money's going, and that's the best place to put that money. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Lucas, I had a question. This is Kevin about the fee structure. Are the kids charged a fee, or all kids charged a fee? And I know you said there's no limitation or eligibility requirement based on income, but how do you accommodate children who are unable to pay a fee if one is required?
Okay. All of them the fee to register the kid with the USA Boxing, which covers their insurance, $75. We do look at if a child is living in, say, public housing, for example, they do, from an income basis, we do look at if that child cannot pay their scholarship in. Now, the ranking of whether they are low, very low, extremely low, all of that is taken into consideration. And I hate to say it, but a large number of our kids fall into that category. Then that money, they're just grandfathered in. We pay the fee for them.
Is that the only fee that's charged to the children participants?
That's the only fee the kids have to pay is the registration fee with USA Boxing. Everything else is paid for through the grant. Now, I've got a couple kids where they've got mentors outside of our program that will make a donation to the foundation on the kids' behalf because they know these kids can't afford to pay.
Okay. I'm looking at your... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I have a quick question. I noticed on your award letter, you guys have made great strides in adding new board members, which is very commendable. But it also mentions that, the CTR is like your only funding source. And the recommendation last year was to look at finding a way to develop a strategic resource development plan. And I just kind of wanted to see where you guys are in that field, if you've started a process for that.
Well, for us, it was going through our fundraising efforts, reaching out to other sponsors. Now, with the COVID-19, you've got a lot of people that don't have the money to give. A lot of people are not working. A lot of people, businesses that normally we would reach out to are laying off employees. So that has had an effect.
There's 5 minutes.
The fundraiser being canceled.
I've got a quick question with regard to your Form 2. Items number 8 and item 11, grants, awards, direct client assistance. Shows travel, rental costs, and so forth for $77.80 under item 8. And under item 11, you've got $9,000 for competitions, travel, hotel costs, and so forth. I'm assuming, is that money being reallocated to do something virtually with these kids? Or how's it being spent at this time? Or is it being saved?
That is our intent, to be able to do that. If they are not, because the travel for our kids, of course, took care of them going to events and going to competitions. If we can do things virtually, then we would have to reallocate it. I'm not sure if we would have to do a budget amendment on how to do that, but we will look at other ways of reallocating the money. But some of the supplies and things that we would still, we have used for COVID-19. We've had to purchase the thermometers, cleaning supplies, the sanitizing supplies. We use those funds under the direct client services, and actually the costs on those supplies are extremely high. Buying masks for the kids, because they are required to sanitize the equipment that they use, and that's a daily, several times a day. So some of those funds have been allocated for that purpose.
And you said you have 5 kids. Is it a day that can work out at the gym, or is it 5 kids a week?
Open. We did a soft open with, let's try it with just 5 kids. We didn't invite all the kids that were enrolled. We thought we would try and see if, and do some training, see how those kids handle the safety standpoint, how they would, going through the sanitizing process with them, and just to see how that would work with them.
Okay.
Because we need to make sure they know if they're using the rowing machine, that they're cleaning it properly.
I understand, but we've got to make sure we get our questions in. Kevin, how much time do we have left?
We have 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay. You did a test for 5 kids. I mean,
yes.
You still when did you start that test?
Actually, it's been, this is the 2nd week.
And you're still doing, is it 5 a day or 5 a week?
We're open 5 days a week.
Okay.
So the kids can come. So I've asked the coach, the problem we're running into is because we are in a city building. We rent space from the city. The city has not opened up their facility. They've not opened the facility up for other people to come in. So we have to limit the number of people that we're allowed in our space.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Does anybody else have a question from the committee?
I do. This is Bernie Smith. When we were talking about the fees, and you said that you make a determination on if the child is in a low income, very low, are there some guidelines that you use to make that determination?
Well, we use the federal guidelines when the program coordinator meets with the parent, and he discusses with them the fees. And if a parent can show us that their income meets, they're below the guidelines, then that's why he meets personally with each and every parent.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to know if there were some guidelines. Thank you.
We use federal guidelines.
Kevin, where are we on
poverty guidelines?
1 minute.
Okay. Any additional questions? we want to thank your organization for your presentation, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're done?
Responsibility to make sure the application is complete. I'm old stickler, Pat's not, but I'm old stickler. If you don't do a good application, that ain't my fault, and I'm not trying to help you through it typically. But everybody has to do their own assessment on how important that is to you, okay? With new programs like what we're dealing with next, there's a lot of questions you can't ask because you don't have anything to work with. So these are more, you got to get an intuitive feel, okay? Everybody ready for the next one? Good. William McLeod, what we're going to do is we're going to introduce ourselves fairly quickly. We've got a limited amount of time to ask questions. We'll also tell you how long we've been at CHP and what organization we're with. Our last person to introduce themselves is named Kevin. He's our timekeeper. He's going to give you some instructions. The first instruction I'll give you, however, is to make sure you limit your questions. Make sure your questions are precise and on point so we can get as many questions asked and answered in the 20-minute time frame. If you get long-winded, I will cut you off. I'm William McLeod. I've been doing this 20-plus years with CHP, and I'm with Cantel and Company.
Yes, my name is Shelley Kaysen. I'm with Leon County, and I've been doing the CHSP program for 2 years. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Patty Ball Thomas. I'm with Florida A&M University as an associate professor, and I have been doing this for 4 years.
Good morning. My name is Bernie Smith. I'm retired, and this is my second year.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Godwin. I work at Capital City Bank, and this is my 5th year on a review team.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Forstoffel. I'm an attorney at the Alls & McMullen Law Firm, and this is my 4th year serving on a CHSP grant review team. I also have the pleasure of serving today as your timekeeper. Your agency will have 20 minutes to answer questions from our team. I'll give you a verbal warning when there are 5 minutes remaining in your time, and then another verbal warning when there's 1 minute remaining in your time. We ask that you start by briefly introducing everyone here from your agency and advise us what your role is with the agency, and then I will start your time at the conclusion of your introductions.
Yes, good morning.
Oh, hold on, Shannon, you muted yourself. There you go.
Oh, yes, good morning.
Morning.
Hello, my name is Shannon Baker. I serve as the executive director here with AMI Kids Tallahassee, and I've been in that position for 20 years.
Good morning. I'm Samantha Vance, board chair of AMI Kids Tallahassee. Been on the board for 2 years, and I am proud to serve an organization that helps separate a troubled past from a bright future.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michaela Scott. I've been with AMI Kids now for going on a year, and I serve as the vice chair for the organization.
Good morning. I am Dina Foster. I am past chair of AMI Kids. I've been involved with AMI Kids for 7 years.
Good morning. My name is Maria Gamina. I am the grant writer for the AMI Kids home office based in Tampa, Florida. And AMI Kids, Inc. has been helping youth separate a troubled past from a bright future for more than 50 years.
Well, thank you for your introductions. Our first question is pretty straightforward. Based off the current environment with COVID-19, how has that affected your agency's ability to provide services to your clientele? And how has it affected you financially? And what do you see your challenges going forward as you deal with this?
Well, first, yes, am I muted?
No, we hear you
okay,
fine.
I'm sorry. Okay, well first, we are currently now following all of the guidelines from the CDC guideline deal by the social distancing, wearing of gloves, definitely promoting the hand washing aspect and actually doing temperature checks and conducting surveys as individuals enter the facility at this point. Our modified service delivery at this point has been touch points, wellness checks via phone and FaceTime, intervention meetings via Teams and other platforms, virtually having a virtual incentive plan via home, and that conductive as far as input for parents, online participation in educational outcomes, and curfew compliance when DJJ appropriate, and then crisis intervention via FaceTime and phone as well. Our service delivery has not been, it has been modified, but it has not stopped the tremendous work that we do with our kids. They deserve it.
Okay. And financially, has it affected you to this point?
I'll pass that question over to Ms. Maria.
No, it has not affected any of our current funding.
Okay. Does anybody have a question from the team?
Hi, this is Kathy. I had a question. I noticed on your budget worksheet that there was some federal and state funding from the prior year that doesn't look like it was continued on. Is there a specific reason for that?
Yes, regarding state funding, AMI Kids Tallahassee's longstanding day treatment contract with the Department of Juvenile Justice expired, and DJJ allocated those funds to other program models. We do not expect any other state funding in the coming year. Regarding federal funding, AMI Kids Tallahassee was receiving National School Lunch Program reimbursement through the USDA when it was operating a day treatment program. That funding is no longer needed because AMI Kids Tallahassee is not operating that aspect of the school program. AMI Kids Tallahassee is a proposed subgrantee for a pending federal grant application through the U.S. Department of Labor. If that grant is awarded, which we expect to find out this month, it provides some federal funding for the next 3 years.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, what are you doing? Anything virtually to deal with your client base, or not?
Yes, we are currently still doing touch points with kids as far as phone call, FaceTime, to ensure their wellness is being upkept until the next school term.
Mm-hmm. And are you guys tracking how? Is there a requirement on how often you're touching base with them? Is it once a week, twice a week?
At this time, it's not a requirement. It is just the culture that we've established, and what we try to do is establish touch points at least 3 times a week. Again, via phone call or FaceTime.
And I guess if the school year is, for some reason, virtual again, how will you deliver your program?
Pretty much in the same manner we're doing it now, by establish the touch points piece of whether that's case management, ensuring that the kids are getting what they need emotionally, ensuring that and supporting the education aspect of the programming as well. So just using each platform that we have, whether it's Zoom, Teams, or FaceTime, to ensure those services are being met.
I guess my question is how, if I'm one of your clients, one of the kids, what exactly you're providing right now that is different because it's virtual versus if it was live or in one-on-one or in person?
You're saying what are we doing now since with the pandemic?
Yes, I mean in terms of exactly what is that? What are your clients receiving right now versus if it was face to face?
Well, if it was face-to-face, I think the culture, the touch points is being in the facility, being able to have more team meetings, intervention meetings with parents coming in, and actually creating a comprehensive treatment plan or behavioral plan to support them and work together. So the same things that we do that will be in the facility, in brick and mortar, we're just now doing it on a platform that's virtual.
Okay. And are you seeing a difference in your results doing it virtually than when you do it in your facility?
I think that it's still out. with that at this point. I think we haven't had enough data to be able to collect at this time. I think we will be able to see that probably in the next 6 months of how that would be. I think initially kids would rather be in brick and mortar. They would rather have that touch, that hug, and that connection in order to ensure that they're doing well. But different times now calls for different measures, and so I do believe that it would be better if the kids were in brick and mortar, but we just don't have that ability to do so at this time.
I'd like to kind of elaborate a little bit more on that question. So face-to-face, you clearly defined for us what you did face-to-face. So, okay, I'm a kid and I'm currently enrolled in the program. Are you providing me access to technology? What are you doing to ensure that I'm able to participate with the one-on-one assistance or however you're doing it virtually?
Well, again, I think that's where the case management services come in. We are an extension of the service delivery, and so as we help guide the kids and point them in the proper directions to all of the other services that may be in the community as well. And so obviously there are certain things that we initiate and facilitate here on site, and then there are other areas that we help the kid to extend them to those different partnerships and collaborations that we have within the community.
Could you be more specific as to what services?
Services for, it could be if a kid has an issue with substance abuse. I mean, we're going to make sure that we have them and we get them connected with this village and do all of the follow-up necessary to ensure that process and that those sessions are going well. Grief counseling, those type of things there. So we just want to make sure that we are the ones that to help facilitate those areas to ensure the kids are progressing as well as they need to.
Thank you. I have another question also.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at your social return on investment. Can you give me a little bit of feel of how you feel you are faring in that area with your social return on investment? Maybe Maria could answer it, or maybe you. I'm not sure.
Maria, would you like to? I'll defer to Maria on that question. Maria?
You're muted. You need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, in our answer, we describe some of the costs that are associated with students dropping out of high school. So we refer to a study in Florida that put that cost at over $300,000 per kid. That's based on their potential earnings, the healthcare costs, the crime costs, welfare, and similar programs that funds that would have to be spent on those kids. So by being a part of our program, we are helping to ensure that our kids do graduate and go on to pursue positive careers in the community so that they are now contributing to the community instead of being a burden on the community. So that's the way that we impact what's happening in the local community.
So you have an impact study, and can you give me some maybe numbers of students or participants that you've been able to track to determine that they've been successful?
Yeah, so I think, let me pull up the numbers from last year, just so that I have them in front of me. But the outcomes that we tracked include behavioral changes. So 100% of our kids improve their behavior as a result of our program. Most of our kids improve their academics as a result of engaging in our program. I believe the numbers last year were 65% of our kids had improved their grade level equivalency by at least a half a grade level by joining our program. So we've had consistent results, especially behaviorally, which means that they're much less likely to be suspended from school. They're more likely to graduate. They're more likely to go on to pursue a career. So those are some of the impacts of our program that are going to affect that.
So are those statewide, is that statewide data or just for the local program here in Tallahassee?
The data in the proposal about the economic impact, that's statewide data.
I have a quick question with regard to your, how long have you been running this program? I know this is the first year you requested CHSP funding, but how many years have you been running the program?
We've been running this program here. You're saying me in particular, or how long this program has been in Tallahassee?
In Tallahassee.
The program has been in Tallahassee since '94.
And you had 98 clients last year, right?
Yes, sir.
Roughly 90. Okay, and how many clients do you have this year, or do you anticipate? And these are all referral, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, we're anticipating 40 plus clients.
Okay. Any of these clients duplication from the previous year?
They won't be this year, sir, due to our collaboration with Leon County School District on last year. So no, sir.
Okay. So previously you had not collaborated with Leon County? I guess I was reading that in your application. The referrals come from Leon County, though, right?
It was, yes, sir. It was a little bit different because the collaboration was that we were a day treatment organization that provided services on behalf of the Department of Juvenile Justice, and the youth that attended our program obviously came in with FTE, and so we provided an education aspect to their experience as well.
Okay.
And that was a collaboration.
And so is there an educational aspect to the program now as it currently exists?
At this point, at this time right now, no, sir.
Okay. I had another question. Can you speak to what AMI Kids' current fundraising efforts are? I noticed in looking at your budget that there's no budget expense line item for fundraising. I'd be interested in what efforts you all are currently making to try to raise funds, aside from obviously applying for grants.
Well, yeah, we have a giving campaign nationally with our organization where donors are asked to give, and so through that process, there have been some fundraising efforts being made. This year, our board currently are looking to have 2 signature events that will be able to bring in some revenue to support supplementally the program as well, and that is a signature in the fall and a signature in the spring. Those particular activities have not yet been identified at this time, sir.
I had another question. In the program, it talks about curfew checks and occasional home visits.
Yes,
how do you propose that working going forward in the virtual model?
I think in the virtual model, I think we just try to we use the platform as best that we can with collaboration with parents. We depend a lot on parents sharing information with us in order for us to be able to actually impact the kid the best way we can by comprehensive assessments. And the home visit piece will be conducted FaceTime or just a random phone call. And usually that's how home visits are conducted anyway. However, if we were brick and mortar, there are times where
5 minutes remaining.
I'm sorry.
Just giving you a warning. 5 minutes.
Okay, and there are times where we actually go out with kids that we would call red flag kids, kids that are struggling with behaviors or whatnot, and we go out and we see those kids outside of the home visit. We see those kids for curfew checks live.
I've got a question with regard, again, and I think it's the delivery model issue that I'm looking at virtually, since behavior is part of what you're dealing with. And you had 89 kids last year. When you went to, I'm assuming, a virtual format, how are you dealing? I mean, because I'm assuming most of the issues you're dealing with are kids having problems in school. Since the schooling has been moved to the home, are you seeing a transition? Are they having the same problems? Have you seen a decrease or increase? Or are the behavioral problems just different?
I think they're different. I think there's a little bit of fatigue with kids. I mean, obviously, COVID, I think even us as adults we've had some fatigue as well. So the kids do not know how to sometimes express that, and the fact that we are able to be there and be an extension for them, just someone to listen and be able to talk to and give them advice, whether it's FaceTime or on the phone, has helped tremendously because we're able to troubleshoot situations and things that they're feeling, especially with a lot of the things that are going on now. So that's what we've been able to do. I think one of the neat things that we want to be able to do, I want to be able to say this before we run out of time, I think the incentivized virtual plan has been really, really cool, is where we get an opportunity by getting good feedback from parents and people in the community and JPOs of what kid is staying on track to where we can honor those kids with gifts and surprises for meeting each one of their benchmarks in the community.
I'm assuming JPO is juvenile probation officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just making sure. And are you seeing any impact, or the kids having any questions with regard to recent protests or the news?
Oh, absolutely. And those are things that I think it's one of the things that we get an opportunity to troubleshoot and talk about all the time, because even, in the program before they actually were no longer here, having devotion time in the morning and devotion time in the evening was very, very beneficial to talk through differences of individuals and talk through adverse situations and a diverse community. So we will continue on that path, and I think we have a lot of programming in mind to be able to deal with today's climate.
Okay. Questions from the team? So in the last few minutes, if you could tell us what would put your best foot forward into why you see that we should be funding you versus other programs that are, obviously we have a limited pot of money to work with. What would you tell us are the things that we need to be aware of about what your program provides and why we should put a special emphasis on it?
I think one is that AMI Kids in general just has a tremendous platform to where we just really believe in bonding and creating lifelong relationships with kids, a value-based organization that are willing to put all of the best efforts into the assessments and the comprehensive planning to ensure that kids are able to become self-sufficient and law-abiding adults. And so I believe that we deserve an opportunity to be able to get some of those resources to be able to help us extend our platform in this community.
Okay. Any additional questions from the team?
There's 1 minute remaining.
Okay. We want to thank you for your time and your presentation, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all for allowing us to be a part of it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity.
We're going to take a minute to introduce ourselves, tell you the organization we're from, and how long we've been with CHSP. The last person to introduce themselves will be our timekeeper, Kevin. He will give you some instructions as to what we need to do as part of this. We would like to make sure you keep your answers concise and to the point, because we have a limited amount of time to go through the questions for you. And I'll start. I'm William McLeod. I'm with Cantel and Company, and I've been doing the CHSP process for over 20 years.
Hi, my name is Shelley Case, and I'm with Leon County, and I've been doing the CHSP process for 2 years.
Good afternoon. I am Patty Ball Thomas with Florida A&M University as an associate professor, and I have done this for 4 years.
Hello, my name is Bernie Smith. I'm retired, and this is my second year.
Hi, my name is Kathy Godwin. I work with Capital City Bank, and this is my 5th year on a review team.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kevin Forstoffel. I'm an attorney at the Owsley McMullen Law Firm, and this is my 4th year involved in the CHSP grant team process. I also have the pleasure of serving as your timekeeper today. Your agency will have 20 minutes to answer questions from our team. I will give you a verbal warning at the 5-minute mark and another verbal warning when there's 1 minute remaining in your time. We'll allow you, would like you to start by introducing yourself again, and then once you're completed with introductions, we'll start your time.
Okay. Well, good afternoon to everyone. Again, my name is Pastor Rudolph Ferguson. I am the senior pastor of New Birth Tabernacle of Praise, that is in the Griffin Heights neighborhood, Greater Frenchtown community. I'm also the executive director of the Frontline Project, and as well as the Dream Center of Tallahassee. So again, your youth-based program, family services in the Griffin Heights neighborhood, right off of Alabama Street, situated between Raleigh Elementary School as well as Griffin Middle School. Thank you for this interview.
Okay, thank you, sir. Our first question to you is based off of the current situation with COVID-19, how is your agency impacted in terms of how you provide services to your clientele, and how has it affected you guys financially, and what do you see as the challenges going forward while we still do the pandemic?
Well, as you will know, it has affected us very much so because we deal with youth in particular. And so since we're dealing with youth in particular, we have had to resort to doing Zoom meetings. We work with primarily kids who are on DJJ sanctions, court sanctions, for anger management and gang resistance education. So they're pretty much on probation. But in order to make sure that we keep them up on their sanctions, what we do is that we use Zoom and other things to make sure that we stay in contact with them, make sure they serve us financially. It has, of course, been a slight burden, but nevertheless, we have been moving forward because we don't do it for the sake of the money. We do it definitely for the sake of seeing our young people blossom in the community. COVID-19 has displaced all of us, displaced our programs, because normally we meet with our kids in the room, and because our programs are designed primarily for interaction with each other and team building character skills. So it has been a doozy, but we have made it work for them.
Okay. What adjustments? I mean, so you're saying team building. I'm assuming you're doing group Zoom meetings at this point, then, not individual?
Yes. Well, initially, thank you for that question. Initially, we do in person. We do it in a conference room. But because with COVID-19, we have had to do it on Zoom. So it has been a challenge because now every parent kid has their phone situated for Zoom, and it's been a little issue. But throughout it all, we worked through it, and we pretty much got the team back together, the young people using their parents' phones to get onto the Zoom character building meetings that we have with anger management and gang resistance.
And how long do your normal conference calls or Zoom calls meetings?
Well, working with kids, we try to keep it to 1 hour.
Okay. Anyone else have a question?
Pastor, good afternoon. Again, this is Kevin. I had a question about your organization's fundraising efforts. I noticed that there was nothing on your budget from last year for fundraising dollars, but there was a $5,000 fundraising expense. I was wondering if you could talk to us about your organization's fundraising efforts last year and plans for this year.
Okay, what we've done, we normally have the I Am Dreams Scholarship Gala. We use funds from that, and we do it this year would have been in this month. This would have been our 3rd annual I Am Dreams Scholarship Gala, where we assist getting kids with paying for their school books. We select young people that are about to graduate from high school. Those are one of the efforts. Fundraising has been a challenge because we definitely know that everyone's been displaced, and so money has not been in place in order to accommodate us. So what we normally do as a pastor, I have ask my church congregants to help with certain supplies and needs like that so we can underwrite the expense of certain things that would cost us money. In other words, give us in time. And so we also touch bases with my board of directors to pull sources in to bring some funds in as well to help keep the agency flowing as well as our programs going forward. It's a challenge, of course, but we do make do. We don't have a lot of money, but we do make do with the little money that we do raise, and we put it towards good efforts to ensure that our young people have what they need. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Pastor, I'd like to walk through your current CHSP request. I'm sorry, did you have a question, Kathy? I apologize.
Well, yeah, mine is related to Kevin's question. are your contingency plans for obtaining other funding if your request is not granted in full or only partial?
We'll continue to, even if it was granted in full, we would continue in our same efforts of raising funds. We do apply for other grants. We do sometimes, to be honest with you, we get rejected, of course, and sometimes we get a few dollars here and there. So we depend on foundations to help us with our GED program. We depend on our other grantors, well, those who work with grantors to get money for us, to help us with other things, T-shirts, trips and things of that nature. But fortunately, this year I was able to get a grant from the city that was able to help me underwrite those expenses so that we can continue grabbing more money coming in and also sustain us as we search for other funds. So fundraising will be at the first and foremost and always.
Thank you.
I had a question with regard to your how you were going to spend the allocation from the request from CHSP, pages 13 and 14 in your application. Part was compensation, which you show as $12,000, but as on your application, you show for your salary as zero. Is it? What is your actual? I'm sorry, it's $8,500. So of that 12, is that $8,500 for you, and the rest goes to the subject matter instructors?
Well, honestly, to be honest with you, in that regards, normally everybody that works for my agency, they're pretty much doing this part-time or just volunteer, and I like to compensate them for their service because it makes the job much more easier. Now, as far as my salary, it's basically what I'm doing now. I get $1,200 a month as my administrative fee,
Okay.
and that's where that probably comes from. I don't have that in front of me, but that's pretty much how I situated that. $1,200 a month for as far as my administrative services to make sure that I oversee the contract as well as the agency. So as you see, that's not a lot of money, of course, but it certainly helps me underwrite some expenses out of my own pocket.
Okay. And then with regard to, like, since this year, obviously, things are slightly different, are you buying, it says $5,500, is that for new laptops, desk computers, and printers?
That is actually for the printers that we definitely need. We have little small ones that we bought. Wear and tear. We don't need laptops. We definitely need hard desks because the young people wear out those laptops pretty fast the way they sling them around. So we needed some other ones in order to do that. And we wanted to get top quality. We tried buying the used ones and getting refurbished ones, but they didn't last long. So that's the goal of that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I guess I'm assuming you're going to reallocate some of these monies or some of these monies that aren't being used because you have for media and transportation, $55,000 crime prevention youth conference, museums and educational events. I'm assuming obviously you're not doing that this year.
No, the conference, we won't be doing that this year. There has been that normally happens in May, and since that is already passed, no, sir, we won't be doing that this year. But certainly we'll be doing it again next year, provided that COVID-19 has decided to leave us.
Okay, and then the $12,000 that you have for awards, grants, and direct client assistance. Can you explain how that's actually used?
That is actually, we buy them T-shirts. We also give them. We help pay for books. We pay for if kids need. I don't have my. Give me 1 second now. If kids need something such as at home with clothing, the shoes, and things of that nature, a lot of our kids that come from the Griffin in our neighborhood don't have, and so we try to make sure that they have something. Not the Michael Jordan shoes, but we try to get them some comfortable shoes and things of that nature. We also will provide not just clothing, but as much as we possibly can as far as situations may occur with them at home. Again, a lot of our kids are underprivileged, and so we try our very best to assist them with that, paying for certain things that they may need.
Okay, and then your item 11, your gala. When is your gala, and are you doing that? Is that been canceled for this year? That's another additional.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little feedback here. I'm sorry. What did you say, sir?
Your gala, it says community events and program services to you. I Am Dreams campaign and annual scholarship gala. Have those been canceled, or are they still on for this year?
The I Am Dreams gala, it continues to go on. The campaign, that's a part of it. We just can't continue to campaign. That's under our fundraising efforts. As far as the gala has been tentatively pushed back until September of this year.
Okay.
And that is tentative.
So part of the $5,000 would be used for fundraising, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And how much of that was the $5,000? Do you know?
Say that one more time, sir.
How much of the $5,000 would be used for fundraising?
I would probably say about $1,500 of it reason, and that goes with materials, doing whatever little commercials we can do, sending out information, letters, stamps, things of that nature.
Okay. And your annual tax preparation fees, consumer services fees, what is this for someone to do the taxes for the organization or just for this program?
For the organization. We have an organization that does our taxes for us to make sure we do it right.
And then you said you have some consumer services fees. What are those?
Those are those licensing fees, the Department of Agriculture, the insurance that we have in that. I think that may be a part of that as well. I'm not sure, but just to take care of some of the right expenses that we have.
Okay. And what are the professional fees that you guys have?
Professional fees is pretty much it's going to be the Department of State, those fees that goes along with our 501c3 organization, Pacifics. We also have that also goes into it slips my mind, the Department of Agriculture and also the Department of State we had to complete the form that needed to keep our organization legitimate. That name of that form escapes my memory right now.
Okay, no worries. Okay. Anyone else have a question? I'm sorry, I was just at the laundry list right there.
Pastor, I was trying to get a good understanding of the number of clients that you serve. Last year, did you serve 140 clients? Is that correct?
That is actually correct, 140 kids.
And then I saw estimates for this year was 100. Is that accurate?
That is pretty much accurate because we've noticed a drop a little bit with the Department of Juvenile Justice and the organizations that we also work with. A lot of the kids are now being direct file. And some kids are not being pushed into the diversion program, which is what our program actually is based on. And that is dealing with those kids who are coming through the Department of Juvenile Justice and also the courts for their sanctions. So we might exceed more, but I feel that we would definitely get 100.
Of the number of students, how many will complete your anchor course or what's your success
I believe,
rate?
and I can confidently say this, that 90% of our kids that come through that control program, they actually complete it. And the reason other 10% is because parents support at home. Some kids don't have that support to get to the programs or that's the discipline that's necessary. But a lot of the kids who have that support at home, they complete our program. It's only a 8-week program for the anger management, about a 6-week program for the gang resistance education.
And I looking at the Frontline Project provides, I think, Arts, Destiny program, the Heroes from the Hood program, the Math and Reading Lab. Are those programs that are offered to the participants of the EDGE program, or are those completely separate?
No. Well, the kids who come through the EDGE program are pretty much on probation. And so what we try to do is get them through that first. And once they're cleared those programs, then we find another program such as the Arts, Heroes from the Hood, get them situated with a mentor. And if that doesn't work, we also put them in the other programs that we may have. But all of our kids go through the Math and Reading Lab. That's very important. They go through that. But we have to make sure they're disciplined because we have a lot of kids in there that's struggling with their reading and math. And so we do have 2 teachers, Leon County school teachers, that come and volunteer their services to teach that. So we will make sure that when they leave this program, the Gang Resistance and EDGE program, they will go into another program that's just open for them to succeed.
Okay. What portion of the CHSP funding is going towards your rent? I see $4,500 is what you're using toward occupancy and utilities. Of that $4,500, I'm assuming some of it you say for Wi-Fi and utilities. building space leases and telephone, how much is actually toward your rent? Because I see on your 990, your rent is $14,000 a year. Is that right?
That is, well, that's when we were in the Dream Center, so the building. So now we've been able to get back into the church, and so that will be a very small cost because the church won't charge anything. So again, when I submitted this application, I was at the Dream Center at the time, and now we're back into the building, and we're occupying that space due to finances running out and running low. So I'll be honest with you, I'd rather beg the question than answer from me if I can't tell you exactly what that amount would be, if at all, any cost at all.
But so I'm assuming then you don't have, is the church not charging you for Wi-Fi or utilities or any of that, are they?
Yeah, well, we do that as well, and because the kids will be in the building more so than the church members will be.
5 minutes remain.
As far as the children in the building, we use it more for them than we do. So we would definitely take about 40% from the program, and 60% would take it from the church.
Okay. Any additional questions? Team members? I had another question with regard, I'm assuming, like you said, because these kids are on probation that you're dealing with, can you explain, I guess, what your requirements are for reporting for DJJ is, I'm assuming, versus how are you tracking and what do you consider success with these kids?
I'm glad you had that question. Well, we have two individuals that work on it. We have a community assistance specialist, and we also have a crime prevention specialist. And the crime prevention specialist, they track them in as when they come into the program until they complete the program. The community assistance specialist helps them with the probation, any other restorative justice things they need to handle with that. And we make sure that that person reports to the juvenile probation officer. And the success rate is pretty good. And I'll be honest with you, in the years, long time ago when I was much younger, I went through a similar program through the Urban League. And we definitely, and I became a trained teacher of this course and certified to teach it through the Tallahassee Urban years ago. And so it worked for me, and I'm a pillar of that. And I'm sure it's really working for a lot of these young people that come through our program who has really just moved on to do greater things. And I wouldn't tell you that a lot of kids hadn't gotten in trouble again, but I can tell you this. A great portion of the kids that have came through my program has not entered into the program or DJJ again. And that is the truth.
Well, that was going to be my next question. What's your recidivism rate for your kids?
Well, those kids that drop out, that 10%, 5% may come back, and the other 5, they're direct file through the Department of Juvenile Justice, or they're sent to other programs that are a little more stern. So none of our kids that successfully complete our program have come back. We have not got another referral from that agency in regards to we want this kid to come back again.
Okay. Do we have any additional questions? Pastor, we want to thank you for your time, and please keep up the good work with your organization.
Thank you so kindly. Have a good afternoon.
You too. I know a lot of questions to ask, so if I'm getting a little long-winded, please feel free to stop me. I'm just trying to make sure we use up the time a little bit. Okay? There are some additional notes on the portal under the agency and under the notes section for stuff that was missing in the application.
Can you explain where that is, make sure we're all seeing it?
Okay, if you're on the CHSP portal, right, and you see where it says applications on the left and then green it says agencies?
Yep.
Click on where it says agency.
Okay.
Okay, and then find, where is it? Love by Jesus, just click on that. And then right at the top, it'll have a little green button with an eye in it. Then it'll have a little orange contact. Go to the little square with a little pin in it that's yellow. And it should says notes and communication. And if you click on that, there'll be notes and communication in there. And you just have to click on fiery color, which is going to have their Love by Jesus policies and procedures, 2 pages. And then the other one is their certificate of liability insurance.
Okay.
Everybody see that? Okay. So those are the 2 notes that Now, I'm not saying that completes their application. I'm just telling you that's what's in the notes, okay? Obviously, we've got some challenges with some of these organizations. Let's just say that. That's a nice way to say it. We got about 10 minutes until our next one. Any questions from the team?
Yes, I have a question. I noticed that as I went into the application, there are two categories. Are we going to do the dance first? Let's see. Let me go back to that. Are we going to do? Let me click on it again here. As I look at the section on the programs that are listed. So there are two programs that are listed, One Voice, One Dance, and then Project ICT for Reading and Homework Success. Are we doing, which one are we going to do first? Are we doing both of these?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to see where you are, because I'm using my notes versus the screen. So let me go back to the screen. Okay. I'm assuming, and I don't know which one they're going to do first.
So we need to agree on that. Are we going to just start with One Voice, One Dance, and then after that we'll just move on into the next section?
Kat, are they required?
I would say look at the organization overall, and then look at just go in the order of each program.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agency-wide, you're looking at fundraising, the board, mission of the agency, et cetera, then specific to the program. And just remember, one of the things you got to kind of make sure of is that this is a human services program, because our CHSP funding can only be used for to solve and resolve community problems.
Oh, okay. Well.
There's a lot of community problems out there, Pat. Which means much. I'm messing with you, Pat.
I know, so you got to really look at their documentation and needs statement for the program.
I can't say what I want to say because we're under the, what do you call it? Sunshine? But
yeah.
But you know what I want to say, right?
Big hug. He said he wants to say big hug.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That's the word. Yeah, okay. I can't say that till we get to deliberations, but I know what I want to say. So that's all I can tell you on that, at least right now.
William, have you ever done this team? Been assigned to this team before? I'm just curious. I was trying to remember.
Like when Lewis was probably 8 or 10 years.
Oh, it's been a long time ago. Long time ago. Yeah.
I mean, some of these agents, that's why I was surprised.
How is everyone?
Good, how are you? My name is William.
Thank you.
What we're going to do is we're going to do a quick introduction. We're going to give you our names, who we represent, and how long we've been with the CHSP process. After that, the last person that will introduce themselves is our timekeeper, Kevin. He's going to give you some general instructions that you need to be aware of. The one thing that I'll ask before we get started is when you do your question, when you answer the questions, be as precise and exact as you can do, because we have a limited amount of time. And then we'll get started. My name is William McLeod. I'm with Cantella, and I've been with this about 20 years with the CHSP process.
Hi, my name is Shelley Cason. I'm with Leon County, and I've been doing the CHSP program for about 2 years.
Good afternoon. I am Patty Ball Thomas with Florida A&M University, and as an associate professor, I have been doing this for 4 years.
Hello, my name is Bernie Smith. I'm retired, and I've been doing this program for 2 years.
Hi, my name is Godwin, and I work with Capital City Bank, and I have been with the review team for 5 years.
Hi, and good afternoon. My name is Kevin Forstoffel. I'm an attorney with the Osmond McMullen Law Firm. This is my 4th year serving on a CHSP grant review team. I also have the pleasure of serving As your timekeeper today, your agency will have 20 minutes to answer questions from our team. I will let you know verbally when there's 5 minutes remaining in your time, and again verbally when there's 1 minute remaining in your time. We'll ask you to start, please, by introducing all the members of your team and their role within your agency. And then once you complete your introductions, I will start your time.
Okay. I did have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
The executive director, Dr. Carla Hutchinson, is going to have to call in via phone, and we're waiting for her to come in, or do you see her? I'm not sure if you see her in the waiting room or how that process would work.
She is in a room. I don't see her face, and she is muted. Let's see. Dr. Hutchinson, can you hear us?
I can. Thank you so
There you
much.
go.
I'm here, Jennifer.
Okay, great. Thank you, Carla.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So if you want to go ahead and start with introductions, and then we'll go ahead and start with questions.
Okay, well, I'll start with myself since you guys can see me. My name is Jennifer Donald, and I'm the grants coordinator, and I've been working with Dr. Hutchinson for about a year now. So we're excited to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Dr. Hutchinson,
Carla?
introduce yourself.
Yes. Hi, I'm Carla Hutchinson. Also really delighted to be here. I apologize for not having my camera on. We just had a death in a very, very close family friend, so I'm in the car and I've been crying, so I apologize that I'm not looking very professional here. But thank you guys for the opportunity, and looking forward to getting to know all of you a little better.
Well, we'll go ahead and start. My first question relates around with the current situation with COVID-19. How has that affected your ability to deliver services to your clientele? Has it had any financial impact on your organization, and what do you see as the ongoing impact for this year and possibly next year?
Absolutely. It has definitely been a tremendous impact. We had the option to close. We decided to close for 1 week to completely sanitize everything in our facility, from pencils to paintbrushes. We threw out erasers and anything that had, a porous surface. We have chosen to reopen with a much smaller student-to-teacher ratio so that our children and our team can be as safe as possible. Because of that, it certainly has made an impact in our finances, but it's really, I think, the only way that I'm comfortable providing services. We've made some changes to our programming. We've temporarily suspended the psychomotor activities that we used to provide, including dance and karate specifically, because we are adhering to the social distancing practices, and we just can't teach those classes with any efficacy, being so far apart and without the children rotating to the classrooms that are specifically designed for those activities. So for this summer only, we've had the smaller cohorts stay in one classroom for a 2-week intensive, and then that block of children will rotate to another classroom after the entire facility is sanitized. So I'm hopeful that things will open up so that we can go back to offering all of the services. But for now, until the foreseeable future, this is the best approach that we have come up with to be able to support our families. The other big change that we've made, we used to allow children to join us just for a week of summer camp, but we feel that that is kind of cross-contaminating germ pools. So all of the students that are enrolled with us have committed to the entire summer. They've also committed to not attending other programs so that we can ensure everybody's safety.
Okay. Team member with a question?
I'm sorry?
I was just asking my team for questions.
Dr. Hutchinson, I wanted to start, this is Kevin, good afternoon. I wanted to start with a question about your board compensation. Can you explain for us who is on your board and what the dynamic is between your board and your advisory board and what role they play?
Absolutely. So our legal board is made up of my family. It's myself, my husband, and my father. And what I consider my acting board technically is my advisory council, and that is comprised of several members. I can list their names or tell you their functions, but we have an attorney, we have someone who is retired from the College of Education at FAMU, we have someone who has a lot of grant experience, we have a marketing person, we have several small business owners, and that's who I tend to rely on more for guidance on our daily operations.
And are any of your board members, yourself, your husband, or your father, are any of you all employees also of the organization?
Technically, we are not receiving salaries until this pay cycle. My CPA said that I would start to receive a very small salary, but no, we're not on payroll.
Okay. And I didn't see in your budget any allocation for occupancy for rent payments. Is the organization paying rent?
We do. I'm sorry if we missed that, but the building is
Right.
owned by my father, but we do pay him $4,000 a month of rent, which is way below the industry standards for the size of the facility. But that is what we've paid him since we moved in to the facility.
Dr. Hutchinson, a question with regard to, you said your CPA is saying that going forward you will take a salary. What will that salary be?
I'm trying not. Sherry said, our CPA said, we would do $800 biweekly, so it's really nominal.
Okay. And basically, the largest impact for you guys, I'm assuming you're in terms of revenue for you, is membership fees. Let's talk about a particular program. You've got 2 programs you're showing requesting funding for, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you explain the differences primarily, rather quickly, between the 2? I mean, well, obviously one is dance and one is not. One is homework succession. So,
yes.
Okay. Explain what a client under the dance program gets pretty quickly, and then on the homework succession.
Okay.
Jennifer, can you take that? I'm having a hard time hearing. I apologize.
No problem. I'm going to talk about the ICT program first, and you can talk about dance or just chime in on that. But the first program has to do with a concentration on information technology, ITC, which stands for ICT, which stands for Information and Communication Technology. We are hoping to work with our children in terms of improving their scores in school as far as reading. Reading is really the major focus. And we're hoping to do that through information technology. And given our climate right now and that everything is being done virtually, we feel that the timing is perfect to introduce this to the kids. But it's just introducing concepts of art, 3D printing, digital design, as well as assisting them with homework and using laptops, tablets, and just putting an emphasis on technology as they complete their assignments. And again, we feel like it's very timely given the environment that we're in now. So that's the focus of the ICT program. And as far as the dance program, can you hear now, Dr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Okay.
I missed the question, though. I apologize.
Yes, if you could just talk a little bit about the One Voice, One Dance program and how that came about.
Yes, absolutely. So when we came up with the concept, it was originally in response to school place violence. We felt very strongly that we needed to do something to contribute positively to that conversation. And this it has evolved in a way that is kind of frighteningly timely to the racial issues that are sadly impacting our country. The screenplay was written by Dr. Thomas Cavanaugh. It was it's set in a cafe, and it's a gentleman and a lady that are interacting. There's some negativity in their relationship. The young man slaps the young woman. A police officer is off duty, happens to be in the cafe, feels that the woman is being threatened and that it's going to escalate, and in a moment of lack of judgment and overreaction because of his underlying trauma, he shoots the young man. It is set so that the young man is African American, the police officer is white. It then goes back, it's like a freeze frame, and then all of the characters go back and it rewinds.
What I don't want to cut you off, but we've got a limited amount of time to get questions in, so we're going to move a little bit. I do have a question on your application, on your tax return. I see a total revenue of about $400,000, $399,000, but it shows salaries and wages of $140,996.
Yes, those are my staff members.
Okay, so those are not okay.
Right.
None of the board members or directors are showing a salary.
No.
I've just confirmed.
No.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Good.
I have a question. Do you guys have any fundraising plans to kind of help lower the cost per client and then the total costs of the whole agency?
Absolutely. So part of our fundraising plans have been shifted because of the COVID-19 situation. Those fundraisers that we feel we can safely do are, one is collaborative art that our students are going to create, and it's going to be turned into jewelry, so a necklace or a keychain that people can then purchase. A local artist said she would do that for us. There's no upfront cost, and we would get about 50% of the proceeds. We also plan on having a kindergarten roundup where families can select a time slot, come to our facility in small groups, and we would help the children prepare for the school year, so make spirit T-shirts, and also a lot of families are scared to shop right now, so we were going to get the list of materials specifically for each school and stuff the kids' backpacks. So the parents would pay a little bit of a higher price, but it's a convenience fee, and it would be a great way to bring in revenue. So those are the ones that we're thinking. We have really wanted to do a larger fall festival, but we think that right now we don't want to commit to something like that. So in lieu of that, we have talked about using the yield from our garden to do like a farmer's market kind of setup, which would help some of our underserved families that are in the low income and have food shortages, but also be an input for an entrepreneurship kind of program. And then, Jennifer, I don't know if you want to talk about the larger music festival concept, but again, that's something that we can't plan right now.
Right, but for next year, hopefully in 2021, we're looking to do an arts and music festival, and we're already in negotiations or speaking with the director of the Railroad Square district, the Railroad Square Art District. So we're hoping that that materializes in 2021. And Carla, I didn't know if did you mention are you doing calendar sales right now?
Oh, yes, I forgot. We always do that. I forgot. We always do a calendar that has features monthly artwork created by our students, and then we sell the sponsorships for that month to local businesses that support us, and we've been very successful at doing that. We're hoping to make it even larger this upcoming year. And then we also do a annual art sale right before the holidays, which allows people to shop for Christmas gifts and things like that while supporting our organization. So that we think we can also safely do in this environment.
Okay. I had a question with regard to how the outlay for the funds for the CHSP would be used for the different programs. I see that, and if I'm just missing, you just showed, basically laid out for the One Voice, One Dance for $19,600, but you didn't show for the Project ICT reading and homework success. Is that not in your application?
Yeah, that's there as well. It's actually, I'm looking at page 35, I guess, of 58 of our actual application. I just printed it out so that I could refer to it that way. But we provided a breakdown for it in section 1.1.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not sure if you're looking at the same, but yeah, we had $6,400 for compensation and benefits, $1,710 for materials, supplies, postage, etc. Equipment, rental maintenance, that's $7,090.
Okay, my question.
Cost $1,200.
On either one of these, do you see any cost that needs to be shifted because obviously some of the things you're not able to do at this current time?
Yeah, I was just about to ask if we could speak to that, but yes, as far as the travel, transportation, meeting costs, we were hoping to just take that $1,200 and shift that to equipment, the materials that we'll need for the kids, the devices. We've kind of provided a breakdown as best we could, but you see we've listed the Chromebook, the laptops, the 3D digital information that we'll need, materials that we'll need. But if we could shift that, that would be great to item 5, equipment. We would appreciate that.
And how are you, I guess, worst case scenario, assuming we're not able to do funding, because again, our budget is small as well and everybody has a need, what will you do in terms of meeting the need of your clientele?
Well, with the fundraising activities that Dr. Hutchinson explained, we'll definitely go with
5 minutes.
full force. I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have 5 minutes remaining. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Yeah, but we would just rely very heavily on fundraising and writing additional grants. And Dr. Hutchinson, if there's anything else you want to add to that, you can, but that would be the focus. We would have to shift it definitely to fundraising and grant writing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And what do you consider your, how will you measure success for your program under your ICT program?
Well, we are basically looking at the scores of our kids. We, of course, are going to survey where they are at the beginning of the program, what their scores look like, and then, again, look at that same information at the end of the semester and see how those scores have improved. But we're excited about it. We just received a foundation from, a grant from the Knight Foundation, a technology grant. So we're hoping to use that as well as hopefully funding that we receive from CHSP to take the kids to the next level with their grades.
But the model you're using is not evidence-based, correct? Am I mistaken in that?
Well, we did have plans to do some, as she said, pre and post-intervention measures. We also, in light of the COVID situation, have had very close working relationships with many of the children's schools. So I think it would be possible to add an additional element of data gathering to ask the parents for feedback, obviously self-report data, and then also to look at the children's grades.
No,
I think that
wasn't really my question. My question is basically saying that the program that you have is not research-based.
Correct.
You answered that in part 9. But I guess my question is making sure how did you determine what you consider success? So measuring what the kids do in the beginning and the end, I guess my thing is what would you consider success? If the kids got a C when they start and they have a C at the end, would you consider that success? Or are you expecting them to do 1 grade better, a grade and a half better? That's my question.
Yeah. Well, we're hoping to improve just reading in general as well. So it's not just the grade, but looking at other items as well, such as
So will you give them like a reading test initially and maybe a reading test at the end to determine if they've improved in their reading skills?
That's that's the general overview of how we're looking at it. It's not just grades, but that is important to us. That is the ultimate goal, to help their testing scores as well as reading scores and just reading in general.
So my question then excuse me, but I have a question then about the reading, since you're going to be focusing on reading. You have not identified what instrument you're going to use to assess their accomplishment or the reading increase level at all. Are you going to use the school district's reading scores, or have you identified your instrument?
Not yet. Our intention, I'm sorry, Jennifer, I was going to say one of the folks on my advisory board has offered to create an instrument for us so that it can be implemented. If we wait for end of the year testing, I think it's not going to be a quick enough measure. So we were hoping to create an instrument that would be applicable short term so we could base it multiple times throughout the project, not wait until the end of the school.
Okay, then that leads to another question about the instrument. How will you determine the reliability and the validity of the instrument?
1 minute remaining.
Excellent question, and that's exactly why we're having Dr. Nancy Fontaine, who would serve as our evaluator, to be able to answer those specific questions. My specialization is not in instrument creation, but that's why we feel strongly we need her advice and guidance on that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
We want
you.
to thank you for your time and your presentation, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hey guys, we got a tight schedule, so we've got to be ready for Love by Jesus and the church coming up at 1:30. So we got 9 minutes. Kevin, don't get excited. We're going to take a minute to introduce our team. We're going to tell you who we represent as well as how long we've been doing CHSP. The last person to introduce themselves will be our timekeeper, Kevin. He's going to give you some instructions as how the next 20 minutes will go. The only thing I ask is that you answer your questions as precisely and as quickly as possible so we can get through all the questions we may have for your agency. Again, my name is William McLeod with Cantella & Company, and I've been doing the CHSP process for a little over 20 years.
I just want to ask everyone, and hello everyone, including Ms. Dot, please mute yourselves when you're not speaking, and therefore we can hear each person that's speaking clearly, okay? So just mute yourselves, please.
Hi, my name is Shelley Cason, and I am with Leon County, and I've been doing the CHSP program for 2 years.
Good afternoon. I'm Patty Ball Thomas. I'm with Florida A&M University as an associate professor, and I have been serving on the review teams for 4 years.
Hello, my name is Bernie Smith, and I'm retired, and this is my 2nd year on the team.
Hi, my name is Kathy Godwin. I'm with Capital City Bank, and this is my 5th year with the Citizens Review Team.
And good afternoon. My name is Kevin Forstoffel. I'm an attorney at the Owsley McMullen Law Firm, and this is my 4th year serving on a CHSP grant review team. I also have the pleasure of serving as your timekeeper today. Your agency will have 20 minutes to answer questions from our team. I will advise you verbally when there's 5 minutes remaining in your time, and again at 1 minute remaining in your time. We're going to ask you to start off by giving us introductions of everyone from your agency and what their role is with your agency. And then once you complete your introductions, I will start your time.
Our first question to your organization is, sorry, go ahead and introduce yourselves.
I am Dorothy Inman Johnson. I am the volunteer program administrator for the Safe Spaces for Kids program with Love by Jesus Church. And I'd like our board chair to introduce herself next.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Rouse, and I'm the chairman of the Safe Spaces for Kids board. And I'm so happy to be working with you guys on this. I am also a community member. I run a local podcast and born and raised in Tallahassee, but really the reason why I'm here is I'm a volunteer in the neighborhood where the Johnsons have been doing this amazing work to provide just incredible services for the kids. And just the one thing I would like to say about that is that I, through my Leadership Tallahassee class, tried really hard in a lot of different ways to connect in this community and to just help kind of provide the services that the Johnsons are providing. And it was once we met them and connected with them, that's when we were able to really be effective and connect with the kids and the families out there. And so just the work that they're doing is incredible. And thank you for listening to us and for the opportunity.
So has everybody been introduced? Dr. Jim?
Yep, Dr. Jim. Oh, hold on. I'll unmute you. There you go, Dr. Jim.
Okay, hi, I'm Dr. Jim Dinkelsey. I was very impressed with when I talked with Lee about the program that he was doing with the kids in the summer and after school, and wanted to help in any way that I can. I teach forgiveness. My last work was at the jail teaching conflict resolution and forgiveness with the people in the jail there. With men and women, I did that in October and in January, finished the classes, and now I'm not doing it yet, but I will be doing it again. I teach through the community. I've taught.
Not to cut you off, but we've got a limited amount of time. So
Okay, sorry. I apologize.
No worries. Our first question to you is that, to the organization is, based off the current...
I'm sorry, did Chanel Baskin join? Our fourth member.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Baskin, not trying to mute word you. There you go.
She needs to introduce, I'll introduce her. She's the program coordinator for both the summer camp and the after-school program.
Perfect.
Very well qualified.
Thank you. Our first question to you is basically that, with the situation with COVID-19, how has that impacted your ability to provide services to your clientele? How has it affected your organization financially, and what do you see the impact going forward over the next 12 months?
It has impacted everybody, and particularly face-to-face contact with children, but Chanel and I and the other staff have worked closely planning for the upcoming after-school program and the summer camp program that we expect to be starting shortly, to make sure we're following all the protocols put out by the Florida Health Department, and with distancing, taking temperatures with no contact thermometers, and really segregating the children into no more than a number of 10 in each of the 3 rooms that we have. And also, when the weather is good, rotating them out, one group outside for outside activities, doing the summer camp program, doing the after-school program. We are waiting to hear from the Leon County School Board to find out whether they're going to be able to start school on August 10th as they hope to, because our after-school program sort of depends on when they start, and we will be observing the same protocols that are being recommended for all programs like ours.
Okay. Someone on the team have a question?
Yes, this is Kevin. Good afternoon. One of the things I noticed looking at your budget was that there did not appear to be any 2019 fundraising activities or planned fundraising for 2020. Can you describe for us your fundraising efforts and what you have planned going forward?
We had fundraising activities, but they were for the church. As you notice, the church and neither the church or I are receiving any money from the grant proposal that we have submitted. My time and my work is volunteer. And so we did do an annual fundraiser 2 previous years and this year, but it was for the church, not for the program. at the Leon County Civic Center.
So I think that leads me to a follow-up question. How do you all ensure the separation between the funds of the church and the funds of this nonprofit organization, especially if you receive CHSP dollars, or I believe last year you received some outside agency grant funds from the city and county as well? How do you maintain that separation?
We have our account at Capital City Bank, and we have separate cost centers specifically for the church and for the program. And as you can see from the budget we submitted, we have defined very specifically what funds are being spent for the program, and none of those funds are for the church except the indirect administrative cost share.
Okay. What is you show in your application and your budget significant fees that you guys collect? Can you speak to that? What are those?
What was that about? Did you say fees?
Well, it says grants, direct assistance. Now, is that just on under dues and membership fees? You show total agency is $49,000, and then for the after school program $31,900, and then the other program was $17,100. What are the membership fees?
There are no membership fees. The program is completely at no cost to the residents and the participants in the program.
Okay.
Before the $31,900 grant we received last October in outside agency, the church was finding a way to deliver the services for the summer camp program on its own. And there were never any fees for the kids.
So do you understand that on your budget under programs for current fiscal year, you show under line item due membership fees, you show $31,900? Is that just in the wrong area?
It's in the wrong area. That's the $31,900 we received from the city of Tallahassee in outside agency grant for the current year program.
And so the total $49,000 was all received as grant money from the city of Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay, that was my confusion. Oh, man. Let's see. Okay.
Can you give some more detail on what the program consists of, what its curriculum is, and what the children receive during the time that they participate in either the after-school program or the summer camp?
In the summer camp, and I will start, but if any of the board members, particularly the board chair, who has been a volunteer with the program for almost 2 years now, feel there's anything to add, please jump in. For the after-school program, it is from 3:30 till 5:30 each afternoon. The school bus drops the kids off at the Oliver Hill Community Center, where we hold our program in cooperation with the Tallahassee Housing Authority. And the first hour of each day is for homework tutoring. The children come in with their book bags straight from the bus, and we have 2 student assistants who work with Miss Chanel Baskin in the program. One is a sophomore at Rickards, one graduated this year as a senior at Rickards, and they're both tenants at the Orange Avenue Housing Authority. So this is bringing in additional money for them and their family as well, and teaching them job skills. They are the tutors, homework center assistants when the children are doing their hour of completing their homework. After that, I'd like Chanel to talk to you about what kinds of program activities are in that last hour. In addition, we provide a nutritious snack for the children. Chanel?
Unmute.
Is Chanel there?
Yes, hold on, Chanel, you're muted. There you go.
Okay, and the program consists of, we have fun activities, after school program, and we focus on some of the gross motor skills, problem solving, to get
arts
kids
and crafts,
building activities as well too. And on Friday we do STEM activities.
I have a question with regard to your outcomes. One of the measurable outcomes, you say that 60% of your participants have their living conditions improve as a result of program participation. How do you measure that, as their living conditions have improved?
Their quality of life conditions are improved, and I'm looking at turning to that section in the grant. What we indicated was that we look at both their continued attendance, the coordinator reporting to me on a quarterly basis on the conduct from the time the children join the program, and their attitudes and behavior and consistent following of directions, and their participation, their social skills development in the program, as well as we require them to provide us their report card after each grading period so that we can see if their conduct and their performance in school is improving as a result of getting this additional help they receive in the homework center. And we communicate with the parents on a regular basis, so we get reports back from the families. And one of the things we noticed when we first went, children were wandering unsupervised in the Orange Avenue projects, very young children. And we noticed that we have changed some of their patterns of behavior, making it much safer for the children there.
Okay.
And may I add to your answer a little bit, just to comment on a couple of things that you said recently. I would support everything that you've said and just echo that I think that this has been a critical change for some of the kids in the community. I've had, in the few years that I've been out there and a couple years before meeting the Johnsons, I've been able to see the same kids, and then to recognize after that this program was put into place and see those same faces over time and get to know these children. I really do believe that it's provided a wonderful opportunity for them to right there in their own community. I mean, they can walk down to this community center and have this great experience that likely would not have been available otherwise. And, you know, they may have been out in the community unsupervised, as Ms. Emmon Johnson just said, or possibly at home. And just to have this available for free, I think really gives them an opportunity they wouldn't have otherwise gotten. And then also to the fundraising question, I just wanted to say, I feel like the Johnsons are doing so much work kind of on a grassroots level to bring together all sorts of resources.
I don't want to cut you off, but we've only got a few minutes left, so I need to get a couple more questions answered. I did have a question about the number of kids that you served last year. I believe it was 43 youth last year, summer of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your cost per kid is $706.98. That cost is primarily, now how long is the summer program?
It was an 8-week summer program.
Okay. And it's 5 days a week, correct?
5 days a week, and it included field trips, because we found that these children are lacking in a lot of exposure to things that children from other households take for granted. And so we tried to provide a lot of exposure. And even though we didn't do a lot of fundraising, people like Vanessa did raise money to help our children go to IMAX.
Well, this is my question, not to interrupt you, but I guess I'm trying to figure out how you're able to do an 8-week program for basically $17 a day, well, a little over $17 a day per child, and that includes food or a meal, a snack, correct?
But we get the summer meals program for the children, but we do provide an additional afternoon snack for the children.
I was impressed by it. It's pretty remarkable that for $17 a day, you're able to provide a program for 8 weeks. I mean, that's pretty remarkable over an 8-week period. I was just, because I know when you look at your number per client, it may sound high, but then you average it out over an 8-week program, it's kind of the difference. And you say you do provide. Okay. But now some of that came from additional stuff that you were able to get in terms of fundraising from the church, and you said Ms. Vanessa did for you as well.
I think that's a great example, sorry to cut you off, of just how resourceful you guys are with, you pull in all sorts of different connections and different resources that you have to really produce this camp experience on a shoestring budget. And so as an example, Ms. Dot asked me they wanted to go to Challenger, and she said, how can we make this happen? I went to my Leadership Tallahassee class. We had some connections to people at the Challenger. We got them to say yes to doing it on a budget, a fraction of what they usually would charge, and went to the Leadership Tallahassee class and said, we need to make this happen. And that's how we were able to have other connections that got them to do, that allowed them to do other field trips. But it's a grassroots, pull everything you can together to provide this experience. And it really is incredible what they can do on very little money.
Can you describe the role of the social services navigators, and are they employees of your organization, or are they from other organizations that come in to assist? How do they fit into the program?
No, we will be hiring 1 or 2 social service navigators dependent on the budget that we receive. And they will specifically be the advocates for the families of these children and linking them to other social services and governmental services, food sources, employment in the community. I was executive director of Capital Area Community.
5 minutes remaining.
How much time we have left here?
I got 4.5 minutes remaining. I was late on that notice.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead and finish your answer. I'm sorry.
I was just saying I was a previous ED for a social service agency, and we found that just referring people, going to 211 Big Ben and saying, you can go here, we can't help you, but go here, wasn't very effective. So I wanted a navigator who would be an advocate, not just a referral person, who would walk people through and help them, because low-income people have a hard time making the connections.
Do we have any additional questions from the team? Okay.
I had one more. A lot of the services you guys provide seem very similar to something like what Boys and Girls Club does. Have you guys looked into collaborating with another organization like that? Or maybe I'm wrong, if you could explain maybe how what you all do is different from what an organization like Boys and Girls Club does.
What we do is more extensive than what Boys and Girls Club does. And Boys and Girls Club was working with the Housing Authority prior to us starting the program. They just hadn't extended any services to the Orange Avenue, to the South Side part. They were working with the other 2 Tallahassee Housing Authority developments, and they are currently working with those developments now. We both are partners with the Tallahassee Housing Authority, so there is no overlap. And Brenda Williams is very supportive of our program and that one. We do things such as feeding programs for the families. We go out on the weekends and provide meals when meal programs aren't available. Just this past Saturday, we did a fun day for the families and the children where we had a DJ. We had fish and chicken dinners being provided. And we did registration for the summer camp program, where the Muslim Center here in Tallahassee donated $25 grocery gift certificates that we could give to the first 18 families that came to register their children for the program.
Okay. What do you see as your biggest challenge, I guess, going forward for this summer? I mean, besides what's going on with COVID-19, also what's going on with some of the protests. Do you see that affecting the kids that you're dealing with at all? Do you see that as a potential problem?
Our biggest challenge is going to be finding the right time to start with the case numbers going up with COVID-19. We're going to try to start the summer camp next week that will put in those protocols I talked to you about earlier, but we are very nervous about it, like most people who are working with families directly.
Okay.
We have 1 minute remaining.
Any additional questions? Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry, you had a question?
Can you hear me? I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and I apologize. I've been going in and out for some reason with my connection, but my question is looking at your outcomes. Here I'm looking for how are you ensuring that your findings and your outcomes are measurable? Can you tell me how that's being done? What instruments are you using to determine?
Patty Ball went out, but I'll go ahead and answer. I have it written in the document which sources we will use to pull together that data. We will pull the data on a quarterly basis to collect it so that we have it to report to our funding agency.
And I'm sorry, that's our time. That's all the time we have. I apologize. We got to wrap up.
We want to thank you for your presentation. And please keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you guys.
My name is William McLeod, and what we're going to do is we're going to introduce the team fairly quickly to you. We're going to tell you our names, what organization we represent, and how long we've been with the CHSP process. The last person that will introduce themselves will be Kevin, who's our timekeeper. He'll give you some instructions as to what.
I'm like, did y'all even look at anything?
So he'll give you some instructions that you need to follow for the call. Remember, keep your answers precise and as quick as possible, because we have a limited amount of time to ask questions. Again, my name is William McLeod. I'm with Cantella and Company, and I've been with CHSP process for 20 years. Next up.
Hi, I'm Shelley Kaysen. I've been with Leon County, and I've been doing the CHSP process for 2 years.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am Patty Ball Thomas with Florida A&M University as an associate professor, and I have been doing the reviews for 4 years.
Hello, my name is Bernie Smith. I'm retired, and this is my second year of being involved in the program.
Hi, my name is Kathy Godwin. I'm with Capital City Bank. This is my 5th year on a review team.
Hi, and good afternoon. My name is Kevin Forstoffel. I'm an attorney at the Alls McMullen Law Firm, and this is my 4th year serving on a CHSP grant review team. I also have the pleasure of serving as your timekeeper today. Your agency will have 20 minutes to answer our questions from our team. I will give you a verbal warning when there's 5 minutes remaining in your time, another verbal warning when there's 1 minute remaining in your time. We ask that you all start off by introducing yourselves and your role with your agency, and then at the conclusion of your introductions, I will start your time.
All right. My name is Nick Maddox. I am CEO of the Boys and Girls Club. I've been there since August 2019. It's a pleasure to be here. Pleasure to meet you all and entertain your questions. Casey?
Hello, my name is Casey Dennis. I'm the Director of Operations with the Boys and Girls Club. I've been with the organization for about 16 years now.
I'm Rita Bing. I am Director of Finance, and I've been with Boys and Girls Club since July 2017.
Our first question to you is pretty straightforward. Based on the current COVID-19 situation, how has that impacted your ability to deliver services to your clientele? How has it affected you in terms of your finances, and what do you see as the impact going forward for the remainder of this year?
So we've had to move to a virtual format as far as our program is concerned. We're still at about 80% of our average daily attendance, though, so we feel pretty good about that. Our kids are still engaged. Our kids are still benefiting from our services. Financially, it has been a little bit of a hit. We were able, though, to access the PPP loan from the federal government, which helped us get through a few months. But earlier in the COVID days, we did have to go through a period of furloughs, but they didn't last long. So right now we are full operational as far as having all of our employees back on payroll and working for us and receiving pay for that work. Casey will tell you a little bit more about just the programming side of it, but we're very proud to say that we have not taken as much of a hit as far as our programming has concerned, and financially we sit in a really good place to be able to move forward thanks to funders like CHSP continuing to honor the grant that was given to us in our 2-year cycle. Right now we're at about, somewhere between about $200,000 to $300,000 in the bank to help us suffice and get through this time, along with a healthy reserve. So if COVID continues to go on for a while, we're able to sustain operations. Casey, you want to talk a little bit more about the operations?
Definitely. I am proud to be able to say right now that we're actually serving more kids through this process. We're reaching out to kids' families through Zoom. We contact every single one of our kids at least 2 times per week for wellness checks. We do lots of online mentoring with those kids. We found that a lot of our youth were they didn't have computers or didn't have access to the internet, so we bought computers. We're able to meet those kids' needs in those areas. Things are of course different, but I'm definitely proud to be able to say that we're continuing to serve these kids really well during this time, and I believe very effectively through different sources. We just kicked off one of our fitness challenges where we're challenging the kids to get out from in front of those monitors and TVs and video games and get out and get healthy. So we're doing a 30-mile challenge where we just all the kids who participate in the fun walk or run, complete those 30 miles by the end of the month, we'll get entered into a drawing for we got a little fun drawing that we're doing. So I'm really proud of the way that we've been able to kind of definitely continue to serve these kids during these tough times.
If you have any questions, any issues, you said you were able to buy computers for kids. Do you know how many computers you were able to buy?
Yes, we purchased how many computers?
We purchased 20.
We purchased 20 computers.
Okay. And did you have any problems with any of the kids in terms of access to the internet? Or were you able to steer them to Comcast or Central's internet or something along those lines?
We definitely steered them to Comcast. We have a great partnership with Comcast, and actually through them we were able to purchase a lot of those computers through our Comcast grants that we received.
Okay, let's see. Anyone else have a quick question?
Yes, I had a question. I noticed that your request is about 36% higher than it was last time. Can you explain what are you going to use the increased funding for?
So since our last 2-year cycle grant, we've actually opened up 2 new facilities within Leon County. One is with both of those were with the Housing Authority. And also we're serving a lot more kids. The threshold that we're serving is a lot higher than it was 2 years ago. We're also looking to try to make sure that we're providing adequate staff. Right now we have a 15-to-1 ratio of staff to our young people, And then we're trying to move in the direction of making or having all of our club directors be full-time so that they can properly plan and recruit and go out and find as many kids as we can to provide services to. And so those are a couple of things, but the largest part of the increase is coming as a result of us opening up 2 new facilities here in Leon County with our partnerships with the Housing Authority.
Okay. You basically on the 3 housing developments that you guys are working with, you're only dealing with 2 of them, correct?
Yes, sir. We're dealing with yes, sir. We're dealing with Springfield and Pinewood are the 2 facilities that we're dealing with here in Leon County. All the rest of them are either within the school district or physical sites. As you know, we have one in Miccosukee, we have one in Sunrise. We also have the Oak Ridge and NIMS locations as well. And so, but the 2 newest sites that we have is both Pinewood and Springfield.
William, I think Ms. Smith has a question.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
In looking at your application, I noticed that under your goals and objectives, it says for 2018. I just want to make sure that's a typo and that the ones that are actually listed are for 2021, for 2020, current.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that is a typo, but
that is a typo.
Okay, thank you.
You stated that your daily attendance was only 80% of what you normally have, but then I believe Casey mentioned that your number of participants is up, which is correct.
Our number of participants, as far as on the through our virtual content, has increased a little bit during this time.
But your actual total number of clientele has dropped, so dropped about 20%. Okay. And so my question is, if that's the case, do you see that going forward? Because if that's the case, your overall cost should go down some, shouldn't it?
Actually, I don't see that going forward. As we made adjustments to the COVID era, we've actually gotten to a place, and when I said that 80%, that was earlier on during COVID that we were at 80% of ADA. But as we move forward, especially given the fact that we're going to open up on the 6th, we actually anticipate to have more participation with the school system doing what they may do with the schedule being alternated of 1 week on, 1 week off, and that kind of thing. Child care and after school care is going to be something that's paramount for our community. So we actually are projecting to have a lot more participation from our young people here in Leon County than we've ever had. And not to mention, given the goals we send to BGCA every year, we project to increase every single year. And so COVID did give us a bit of a hit as far as our numbers are concerned, but we are on the way back up now that we made the necessary adjustments that we need to make. We have the virtual programming in place that we need. And so, as Casey told you, virtually we're serving more than we ever have. We're not going to get rid of the virtual programming. When we open up physically, we're going to continue to do the virtual programming, which will give us the ability to affect more kids in Leon County. But the physical sites, I think, will be more utilized. I'm predicting them to be more utilized, given the setting that we're in and the need our parents are going to have and enthusiasm the kids will have to be able to get out of the house and into a physical location to be around their friends and go through our program.
No worries. How has this impacted your fundraising? Because I was looking at what you could put down for fundraising. Has COVID affected that at all? Is your fundraising on track or is it off track? Where are you right now?
So we start out the year ahead of schedule fundraising. We've actually maintained being ahead of schedule. We have 2 major fundraisers, being the Steak and Burger event that we have, and most people are canceling their fundraising events. We have decided not to cancel, but instead do a virtual event. Last year we raised about $50,000 for our Steak and Burger. This year we're up to about $25,000 to $26,000, expecting to get at least to about $40,000. So we may take a little bit of a hit, but the cost will be down for the event because what we're going to do is we're doing a Zoom virtual event, steak and burger programming where the mayor will speak. There'll be no food provided because we couldn't. What we may do is partner to give people coupons to go to be able to access a steak or a burger with Shula's. And so that event is probably going to net more money than we did in past years because the cost will be down. We're still going to hold our annual golf tournament, and grant-wise, we're doing better than ever. And what we've been working to do is to establish a solid individual giving program, solidify that program so that when grant dollars go down or if we go through a hard time, we're able to balance out with individual giving. So to answer your question as far as fundraising is concerned, I think we're in a better position than we've ever been fundraising wise, and we're continuing to build out an individual program, individual fundraising to even make it even better for us.
Does anybody else have a question? You said that you right now have cash on hand about $200,000, but you also have some healthy reserves. What's your current reserve now?
So coming in when I came in October, we didn't have any reserves. Right now, our reserves are up to about $75,000. Is that correct, Rita?
No, it's 85.
$85,000, with the goal of having that reserve to $100,000 by October 1st, which would be the beginning of the fiscal year. Given my knowledge of background, my knowledge of background of budgeting, I would like for us to work our budget to be at least 15% to 20%, 10% at the lowest of our annual operating budget. And so that's what we're trying to work to over the next couple of years to be there. By the end of this fiscal year, again, we plan to be at about $100,000 with a $1.6 million budget. And hopefully by the end of year 2, we would have been able to put up enough to be at least that 10 to 15% of our operating budget.
Okay. And what are your I'm sorry, let me make sure. Somebody else have a question? Okay.
I had a quick question. It's just, I'm sure it's just an error. When you're looking at your current staff, I know it's an error. It says birth to 5 and you have 39 employees there. I'm sure that's not where your employees are. Can you tell us roughly where your employees fall in your area?
Yes, they are. Yes, in the 19 to 25 area, we have about 39 staff, and 26 to 39, we have 5 staff. So that was an error.
Okay. And what's your federal fund? Do you guys currently have federal funding, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that money? Is there any match requirement?
Any national money?
No match. Is there a match requirement on your federal dollars?
Okay, you want to speak to that? The program itself is called OJP. We go through that program through BGCA. I don't believe because there's no match to OJP.
There's no match to OJP, no.
But it's based off of the number of kids being served. Some of those and it's per site. So in Leon County, our OJP sites are KC. In Leon County, our OJP sites, what are those?
NIMS and Miccosukee and Sunrise are our OJP sites in Leon County.
And would that grant be affected by the fact that you're actually virtually impacting the kids versus physically impacted? Is that going to be a problem with the grant?
No, actually, they've actually continued to fund us. Yes, sir. They've continued to fund us. So they put in some guidelines of what they would like to see us doing, making sure that we get those things done. So we have certain things we have turned in, but they have continued to fund us.
Okay. One of the questions I have, having reviewed your program several years back, was the fact that you had situations where you were getting funding where you were paying out more to actually receive the funding that you were doing now. It seems like the financial house is a little better order. Would you say what the change over the last couple of years to get you back on better standing?
So one of the biggest things was we were able to get off from under the facility that we had on Laurel Lee, which helped our balance sheet start back off fresh. Staffing wise, well, actually, we brought in a major gift fundraiser. Diane Jefferson who helped us out. That helped us in our on our fundraising arm, and we've been able to just our fundraising arm has been up, but then we've been able to adjust staff wise as well, and so we've made some adjustments in our staffing, some increase in our fundraising, and some minor adjustments as far as facilities and cuts and stuff like that just have put us in a better financial position. And we're focusing on building that sustainability with one of my biggest goals was to build that reserve. I just want us to be a financially stable organization. I don't think you can do that without having the proper amount of reserve. So making sure that we're serving as many kids as we can while also making sure our financial house is in order. So some of the adjustments that we've been making to sustain our financial house.
And assuming that you're obviously, funding for everyone this year is tighter, unfortunately. If you were not able to receive your total request, how will that impact your services to your clients?
If we're not able to receive our total request, we'll just have to make adjustments. We'll have to figure it out. We do not turn any kid. We don't turn any kid away, and so. Do we need the funds? Yes, we absolutely need the funds that we have requested. But will the funding will you not giving us the funds put us in a position where we are going to start turning kids away? No, we will not turn kids away. Now, if it gets to a point where the funding is so low that we have to make some adjustments as far as staff are concerned, then we'll have to do that. But we're still going to find a way. Let's say if we have to close a facility, we'll try to find a way to move to service those kids at another facility, or to figure out another way to get things done to solidify our services to our community, because we want to serve as many kids within Leon County as we possibly can. So we'll make the adjustments that we have to make based off of the funding that we receive from CHSP.
And then I had a question with regard to your 990. Line 11 of your 990 had an unusual, you showed miscellaneous revenue of $900,000, $999,000, odd number altogether. Is that just, you didn't know where to put that on the form, and where did that money come from?
Reed, you want to speak to that a bit?
The miscellaneous of $900,000 based off your budget size is a bit kind of striking.
That is a big difference from where it should have been. That's probably a question that we probably need to get back with the auditors to find out. But the only thing I can think of that money was put there, probably had to be some in-kind that was then placed in there as well. And some money.
It's not in-kind, it's definitely revenue. So my question, I'm just wondering, what do you normally get from your grant or your money from the federal government? What do we normally get from the
let's see, we get about 55 from DJJ, 54 from DOE, right? We get about 35 from OJ.
Even in your 990, I see $447,087 for government grant contributions.
Right.
And other contributions. And I guess it's just that $900,099. I'm thinking that's got to be, it says program services revenue. So I'm thinking when he put miscellaneous, it's just in a bad spot. So I would, again, that's going to be on page 9 of your 990. And you'll see that under program services revenue, you come up with about $900,099. And that's basically between 447,000 grants and 415,000 other contributions. I'm assuming some of that's CHP.
1 minute remaining.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
So I can only speak to what I know as of August. Sorry.
Here's what I think. You probably can't answer that question. You're going to probably need to talk to whoever did your 990. I just need to understand. So if you submit to us, why did they put miscellaneous revenue on 11A?
Okay.
Okay. Because again, it's got to be in the wrong spot. I may be missing something, but as I'm reading, I'm kind of familiar with reading these. That's got to be wrong. So it's going to be an error. Just wanted them to be able to explain it to us. Okay. So if you get an answer from whoever did your tax return, just have them submit that to Pat's for someone before our deliberations next
Sure,
week.
we'll give Nick Dobson and ask him.
Yes. Okay. Do we have any additional questions from the team? I want to thank you and your organization for your time and your presentation. Please keep up the good work.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Team, if you stay on for a couple minutes, we don't have another, but we need to do some cleanup before next week. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, Virginia, you got just.
Yep, it's just y'all now.
Okay. Pat, so you should be getting two things, one from them and one from, I don't have it in I got it in my notes, but it's underneath some stuff. Somebody else.
So, is that just a code number?
It's not a code. It's if you look at Form 9, page 9, it's just.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
It shouldn't be miscellaneous revenue. That makes sense. Yeah, it should be that's not a code number because that's the exact same. They're using a business code, but that's the total they got from their contribution gifts and grants, $49,444. So that's $450 plus 9. So that's about $900,000. So
Okay.
I thought it was a business code, but I'm not sure, and it could be. But
I don't know either. It just looked like it was, but like you said, I don't know either.
You know what? It may be now that I look at it. I thought the total above was 900. I did the math in my head too quick, so I was off about $80,000. So that might be what it is. Not a big deal. It was just throwing me off that they kept doing that. So no worries. Okay, but it shouldn't be both though. That is odd.
It is odd. It's just I've never seen a code before, but it
looks
like it's just a.
Yeah, I was doing the totals in my head because I looked at it and I wrote it down too quickly. Okay. They'll be able to tell us when they send us the stuff. But didn't somebody else request something else to be sent to us as well? I thought somebody else requested. We were supposed to get something else sent.
Yeah, I thought I heard you say something, but I can't remember what it was. I normally write down.
I don't recall if it was AMI Kids or if it was.
I think it might have been AMI Kids.
I think it is AMI Kids. Hold on. Maybe I wrote it in my notes. Hold on.
Okay. Virginia, before I forget, can you send them this team to Boys and Girls Club most current audit?
Yeah, because that was not in there.
Yeah, let me pull it.
Yeah. So we'll send you their current audit as well.
Thank you.
Which?
Did they have any findings?
No.
Okay.
Hey, Pat, what are we doing with the, you know how we used to fill out the sheets where we had to score all the programs? Are we doing something with that this time around?
Yes, and you have your form. So we emailed the CRT assessment guide. So if you need us to resend that to you, we can. But yeah, you are scoring that. It's electronic, so you'll rate that, and then you will send it. Once we finish deliberations, you're gonna email all of that back, all of the evaluation forms back to us, since we can't physically collect them from you.
Okay, so after deliberations or before deliberations?
After you made your decisions, because you'll probably need to reference your evaluation instrument, even when you do your ranking.
But Pat, we have to have them completed before deliberations, correct?
Yes. So make sure that when you come back here, even if you need to go back and review the applications, but when we have the second day of deliberations, all of your assessment guides for every agency and program has to be completed before we could even start deliberations.
You're gonna resend those so we're not on the email.
Could you resend them that?
Yes. Virginia, you want to go ahead and add that to the assessment guide?
Sarla, can I ask you to send that out if you have that handy, please, while I pull this audit?
Sarla can do that, and I'll email it directly to Sarla. I probably got it open. Let's see. I think I got the folder open already. Let me go ahead and send it to Sarla right now. And then, Sarla, you can go ahead and forward this to the committee, okay?
No problem.
I can't find a
Well,
note.
Pat, if you already have it open, just forward it to me and I'll attach everything in one email.
Okay, I'll forward to you then. I'm doing it right now.
This is Patty. I have been having connectivity problems, so a lot of what you're saying is going in and out. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Patty, your bandwidth is coming in and out. So we're going to email you the form for you to complete, and then we're also in that. Let me make sure I got my name right. You'll get the boys and girls most recent audit. So just give me just a second. I can get that to your inbox.
Yeah, and Dr. Thomas, just want to make sure that the instrument for the assessment guide for each agency and program has to be done before next week's meeting. That's the most critical point. You may need to go back and look at your notes and also look at the agency applications so that you make sure you're rating them correctly, because sometimes programs can start bleeding together when you're listening to several in a given day. And William, did you notice, I don't know if you even noticed, but the assessment guide was significantly reduced and changed.
I don't remember even seeing it. No.
I don't think we've received it.
Yeah, I don't remember receiving it.
I don't think the team's received
Well,
it.
you were supposed to. It was part of that memo. It doesn't matter. We'll send it. We're sending it right now. So.
I was already done it.
I know. That's why I was surprised, but it should have been sent with the memorandum correspondence about WebEx instructions.
It's a waste of time.
No, it's completely in alignment with the new application, William.
Okay. Hey, does anybody remember the question, the other agency that's supposed to, because I can't find a note. I remember somebody asked for something. I just don't remember what it was. And it was from this morning. I'm looking at my notes.
Yeah, I don't have.
I mean,
Tiffany said other staff, Solid, do you remember?
It was Big Brothers Big Sisters. I see they sent me and Pat an email.
Okay.
Okay, Big Brothers Big Sisters.
Okay.
You know what is? Okay. Well, let's see what was in that email.
Salary?
Oh, the salary information. Was that it?
I'm assuming that was it because that's what she sent.
Okay.
And the assessment guide came from Charla. She sent it to us in her email that had the schedule on May 14th.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas.
Yeah.
Hit send. I just hit send to you all, so you will have one email, and those attachments, you'll have a PDF, which is Boys and Girls Most Recent Audit, and then you'll have a Word version of the assessment guide. So you all should be receiving that shortly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody's time and dedication to this today.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. I know this is a different format by far.
Yeah, but we'll make sure everybody's on time next week so we can get this done and as per usual. And Pat is not bringing us lunch or breakfast.
I would if I could. I really would. And we start at 9 next week, so make sure you look at your schedule. We actually start at 9 a.m. Next week instead of 8:30.
And just segueing through that next week, if you have not received that invite already or you don't have the link anymore, please just let me know and I can send you a reminder link that morning.
Can you just send us all a reminder link? Is that,
yes.
Would that be, she'll just send everyone a reminder link for your meeting.
Yeah, that's good.
That way we won't have to dig around looking for that invitation. Okay, thank you guys a lot.
Thank you. Take care.
Everyone have a wonderful rest of the week, okay, in our new normal. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.